first half of this stream. There's something that came up that I have to address, and I'm sorry, Yasmin, but you did say something that's a little wrong. A little bit. And it's not your fault. Okay. So we're going to take your 14-minute, 18-second react on Ted Cruz, which, by the way, most of what Ted Cruz said was kind of fucking ridiculous. Yes, we are called as Christians to support Israel, but there's a lot of nuance to that, and we're going to get into that too. So Asman didn't really do anything wrong. It's just he's not a Christian. He does not know the origins of the nation of Israel. He does not know that they were a nation before NATO even existed, or even before Britain existed. They just didn't have set land borders. And therein lies the difference between the nation of Israel as a concept versus as a physical place. And Asman is referring to it as a physical place, decided to chime off and say that they didn't exist prior to 40-something years ago. I'll let the clip play itself, but I have to kind of correct him there. They did. But we're also going to dip into some of the stupidity that Ted found himself into.
The Bible commands Christians to defend.
And also, you're taking your news source from Bricks. That's not exactly a good place to get it, but, I mean, anywhere you can get it, right? Alright, now. Before we get too far, I did use Grok because I just didn't want to peel open the Bible for the billionth time this week. Here are some Bible verses related to Christianity's involvement with Israel, reflecting themes of support, blessing, and prophecy. I will bless those who bless you, and whoever curses you I will curse. And all peoples on earth will be blessed through you. God's promise to Abraham, interpreted by some as extending to Israel. Now that interpretation part is the big, I don't know. I don't think necessarily that's what God meant. I think God said what he meant when he was talking to Abraham. Isaiah 62:1, for Zion's sake I will not keep silent, for Jerusalem's sake I will not remain quiet, till her righteousness shines out like the dawn, her salvation like a blazing torch. A call to support and a prayer for Jerusalem. This one's not so much calling for support. This is just saying what one person would do. In this case, I believe it was Isaiah himself. Romans 11, chapter 11, verse 17 and 18. If some of the branches have been broken off, and you, through the olive shoot, through a wild olive shoot, have been grafted in among the others, and now share the nourishing sap from the olive root, do not consider yourself better than those branches. This is not this is, again, not calling for support. It's just telling Christians not to view yourself as better than the Jewish people. I mean, that's all that it is. Which, at that point in time, that was a concern, because, some people are starting to get haughty about, haughty meaning proud or overly boastful, about who was correct and who was incorrect when it came to the life of Jesus Christ and the heritage thereof. Important note about the Psalms. The Psalms are effectively songs from King David, and they do have some significant wordings to them that are important to Christianity. I'm not saying that they don't. But this is, again, just asking people to pray for the peace of Jerusalem. Saying a prayer is not putting boots on the ground, is not fighting for. So, I hate to say it, but none of this supports what Ted Cruz really said. If you are trying to get God's blessing by protecting Israel, you probably could, but that's not really how the Bible's meant to read for Christianity. Christianity is supposed to celebrate in Christ Jesus, not necessarily the nation of Israel. The nation of Israel is just the precursor to Christianity. It's not necessarily Christianity itself. It's just what led up to Christ dying on the cross. There are some things that apply from there to now, and this is certainly one of them, but not in the way that Ted Cruz is referring to. There are better ways to support Israel than sending people out to die. One of them is advising them that, hey, maybe for the first time in like 100 years or whatever, maybe you have to just find a new patch of land. I mean, to be blunt, I really don't find this to be too, reinforcement of what Ted Cruz is saying in his interview, which we've all seen at this point.
Nation of Israel? No.
Growing up in Sunday school, I was taught from the Bible. Those who bless Israel will be blessed. And those who...
Okay. Number one, that's not what the verse says. The verse is Genesis 12, verse 3. And just for clarification's sake, I'm going to dig out, for the billionth time this week, is my new King James out in the car?
Yes.
Could you hook him up and run and grab it unless you have one? It doesn't matter who has it. I just need a new King James version. So I can read specifically what the ancient scripts, the way that they were written into English. Which is, by the way, King James version and the New King James version are in fact the most accurate translations, and that's been proven many times over. Okay, thank you, baby.
You're welcome.
Okay, Genesis 12:3, just to make, because Grok is using KJV or NIV, which is kind of related to KJV, but not really. Alright. Chapter 12, verse 3. And I will bless them that bless thee, and curse them that curse thee. And in thee shall all families of the earth be blessed. So this has to do with all the descendants of Abraham. Now, Israel actually happens later than Abraham. In fact, this is closer to love thy neighbor as thyself, be nice to one another and you'll receive my blessing kind of thing. Which is, by the way, actually pretty accurate. Thank you, baby. Actually, given that this is,
Yeah. Hold on to it for now.
having my hands on a red letter version of the Bible that I can pull up when Grok decides to pull an NIV, I can pull it up. So, the problem with Ted Cruz's statement there is that Jacob is Israel. It was the descendants of Jacob that became Israel. In fact, his name was rewritten by God to be Israel in the Bible. I can actually, just because I'm, again, too lazy to open the damn book again. Genesis 32. Much later in the book of Genesis, then the man said, here we go. Yes, in the Bible, Jacob was renamed to was renamed Israel by God. This event is recorded in Genesis 32:28. Then the man said, "Your name will no longer be Jacob, but Israel, because you have struggled with God and with humans and have overcome." Now, that's the NIV translation. Let's just double check with, something a little closer to source material. It's 32:28. And he said, "Thy name shall be no more Jacob, but Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God and with them and with men, and hast prevailed." So, the problem with what Asmund said is that this is not just a book, this is actually history for a lot of people in the region, and even other religions acknowledge the Old Testament. In fact, the Old Testament even being parts of the Torah and described as being accurate by the Quran. So, the big contention in the Bible is not the Old Testament, it's the birth, life, and death of Jesus Christ and the disciples thereafter. That's the point of contention in the Bible. What I just read to you was the accepted history of the Middle East, of Egypt, of Israel. So Israel did not have modern established borders through NATO, which really, I'm going to be honest with you, that doesn't matter. The problem was not that Israel didn't exist. Israel existed plenty well through time. The problem is with Israel is that they never had any set defined borders. And the reason for that was that they had been subsumed into several different empires, or enslaved by the Egyptians, or, pick a thing, right? So therefore, the land that they're on right now was deemed to be Israel as kind of I don't know how to say it. I don't know if it was necessarily a God thing. It was more of a Roman thing, Greek thing. It was and I'm not using the word Jewish here as a pejorative. It was the Jewish region. And it was the only thing that we really had to go on because, prior to that, they really didn't have any set borders, mostly because of their time and tribulations under Egypt. And this is just historically. So saying that Israel didn't exist before 19, who gives a fuck, it doesn't matter, is a lie. It is a lie. They did exist before then. They just didn't have a nation state carved out on a map with the magical invisible boundaries and all this other bullshit. Now they do. But yes, I sympathize with your headache related to Ted Cruz doing that. That's not what it says. It was God speaking through a man addressing Abraham, not Jacob/Israel. No, that is completely wrong, Ted. You are completely wrong. And by the way, the nation of Israel does not apply to geographical borders. They're talking about the people, what we refer to as the people of Israel, the Israeli people. That would be your Hebrews, your... Basically, in the context of what the Bible says, it's your Abrahamic peoples. The origins from Abraham onward.
That's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe his words now.
What?
It is in the Bible, but he's misquoting it.
Didn't I just say as a Christian?
Yes, he did.
And yet he's misquoting the Bible.
Well, he is, but it's not his... Again, it's not even really his fault. It's a misunderstanding of the timeline of Genesis. Abraham came before Jacob. Abraham was the one who was told to bless, bless and be blessed and curse and be cursed, effectively. Which is more or less, it's closer to love thy neighbor as thyself, which is basically the theme of the entire fucking Bible, pretty much. Pardon my French there, but it literally is a majority of what the Bible's about. Treating people better. Being a better person. Watching God, obliterate people who don't do such things.
Yeah.
It's kind of just like his MO, basically. And Tucker is correct to call him on that.
Where does my support for Israel come from? Number one, because biblically we're commanded to support Israel, but number two,
No. Biblically, we're commanded to guide, treat correctly. I wouldn't say support, and I mean, the Bible does tell people to lay down their lives, like, all the time, but I don't think necessarily that's what it means. And you have to be very careful about which of the Abrahamic people you do support. Very, very careful. And I'm not addressing Islam here, although I could. I'm more talking about the Jewish faith themselves. There is a tribe from the Jewish folks that a lot of people are concerned could be the origin point for the Antichrist. I don't know necessarily about that. I'd like to read into it more before I actually quote it as fact. I'm more just using it as an example. You can't treat a group of people as a whole badly or right based off of the doings of one or two people. And even God says, he takes it a step further when it came to Sodom and Gomorrah, and he was talking to Lot, and Lot says, even if I can find but 1 or 5 righteous people in Sodom or Gomorrah, will you spare this city? He says, if you can find but 1, I will spare this city. He couldn't do it, so it turned into a pile of ash and salt, literally smiting the towns, and in my opinion, rightfully so. In fact, that's probably his version of the wood chipper.
Oh. Oh, God. Shut up. Are you kidding me? This is so stupid.
Okay, I gotta make sure that the audio is functioning correctly. This will take about a minute. That's the wrong one. Oh, I hid my stinking desktop capture. That was stupid. And I did not have the audio functional, which was stupid. But as far as me kind of dictating context, I've kind of given you the lowdown about what these two are arguing about. Ted Cruz said something that he thought was smart, and politically may have been smart, but Ted Cruz didn't realize that there are some people on the internet, like myself, who've actually read the Bible cover to cover and know when something's being taken out of context. And no offense, Ted, but you did. You took it out of context. That was not said to Jacob, that was said to Abraham. And it applies more broadly than just to Israel or the children or the descendants of Jacob.
What are you talking about? Blind Ted's back to his old tricks. Yeah?
Well, it's not so much a lie as it is just a lack of information or remembering the timeline of the book of Genesis, which, again, even I have to buff up on that because I get confused where Noah's Ark is in the damn thing. It's not... It's what happens when you compile so much genealogy and stories into one book instead of separating off into, here's a book about this guy, he did a thing. Here's a book about this guy, he did a thing. The problem is, if we did that, there'd be 20 more books in the Bible than what there already are. So, moving on.
Hold on, you're a senator, and now you're throwing out theology, and I'm a Christian. I am a way out of this.
Yeah?
We are commanded as Christians to the government of Israel. We are commanded.
Not the government of Israel. We are commanded to be kind, respectful, and bless those of Israel. To a degree, you could say that means defend, but I'm going to throw you a hypothetical here. How many times in the Bible has God let people fuck around and find out so they didn't do a thing again? Right? How many times are we going to let Israel fuck around and not let them find out? I mean, it's... okay, you could argue that we're talking about nukes and all this other shit. Yeah, that's bad. And yeah, casualties suck. They're horrible. You know, mass deaths of any kind are, in my mind, basically, unacceptable. But it is a part of war. It's a part of life when you're in the Middle East. It's a part of any third world country. The fact that you could die at any point in time, you know. The problem I actually have, and I'm gonna go here for a little bit, is the fact that prior to the Islamic terrorist republic regime of the Middle East, prior to their existence, most of these nation states were thriving and doing well. Very well. It wasn't until the Islamic people effectively tried to take over, you know, places that weren't their own, that we started to see these problems cropping up. And that's not me saying Muslims are bad. No. The Islamic faith is what caused this. Not the people who practice it. The people who practice it just continued the destruction of the Middle East. We went from nations of sultans and kings into a war-torn shithole that everyone just refers to as the sandbox. And it all happened because of the spread of the Islamic faith. So,
But why? Why? Also, wait, that doesn't make sense. Because, so, didn't they make Israel in 1948?
alright, no. Israel was not made in 1948. Their borders were established for their physical nation in 1948. God made Israel back in the book of Genesis when he named Jacob Israel and blessed his descendants as being the quote-unquote chosen people, quote-unquote. Israel has existed since biblical times. This was my big issue with what he said here and why it's not his fault. This is not something that's taught in world history in this day and age. The story of Jacob's involvement with God and men are not told. They're not spread like history like they used to be back when they were referred to as history. So the story goes like this, according to history, that Jacob was a man, and if I'm not mistaken, it was the same Jacob that was connected to the story of Joseph. Let me pull up. We'll pull up Grok again just to get the general overview here. General overview. view Jacob's life in the book of... I am running this on free, and I'm misspelling shit too. Bear in mind, I'm doing this without coffee. Okay. He's the son of Isaac and Rebekah, the grandson of Abraham. So, his life spanning Genesis 25 to 49. His birth and early life, his flight to Haran, struggles with Laban, reconciliation and renaming, the later years. These are all, these are all biblically, as far as I can tell, biblically accurate. I did not want Grok to go on a 50-page thesis that I'd have to read you about this stuff, because you could easily... in fact, there are probably people who have made a living on this particular subject. Here's the deal. Abraham was the one that was told to bless and be blessed. 2 generations later, Israel is created. Okay? 2 generations later. Jacob is the father of Israel. He is literally the predecessor of Israel. And it was his son Joseph that was sold by his brothers to, yeah, we all know that event, the coat of many colors, ringing a bell yet? So, no, what you're saying here is accurate as far as NATO is concerned, and no one gives a shit. This is not about fucking NATO treaties and all that bullshit. What he's referring to is the promise in the book of Genesis connected to Abraham and Jacob/Israel. If you don't know the context, don't open your mouth about it, because you just don't understand what you're talking about until you actually read the book, and because you're an atheist or an agnostic, you refuse to even open the book. So, this is where I'm going to tell you that your opinion on this does not matter until you educate yourself. But that's why I'm here. I'm actually reading this stuff to you and looking up the context. I might be doing it the lazy way by pulling it up through Grok, but I also don't want to sit here and read through Genesis, through Exodus, and into Leviticus, so you can understand, understand how all this is connected. The nation of Israel, as seen on a map, is a fraction of the size of what it was post-Exodus. It is the size of New Jersey because of NATO. That's all that it is. And those lands have been in constant, those particular borders have been in fluctuation and basically instability for so many thousands of years, and they'll continue to be that, by the way, for the next couple thousand years, because NATO is just going to be a blip on the map. You and I discussing this stuff on YouTube is just going to be a blip on the map compared to this. We're not this permanent, all everlasting fucking force, and we never will be. That's just reality. We're grains of sand on a massive beach the size of the universe. We're microbes on an elephant. Pick a descriptor. We're so small, we basically don't matter, but we do in some way, shape, or form. And that's one of the questions I intend to ask God when I meet him. It's like, I know you made us, but why did you make us so small if we were so important? Or something along those lines. Anyway, maybe something a little bit more respectful. But the sentiment's going to be basically the same of, like, okay, and I don't think starting the question out with if is the right way to do it, but I'll figure that one out. It's less of a rebuke of God, it's more of a general curiosity, so I'll find a way to rephrase it so it sounds like a general curiosity. So when it comes to the borders of NATO, they don't matter in this context. Israel itself does not respect the borders set by NATO. To be clear, the only people who do are those who recognize NATO as an authority, and if you think Iran does, they do not. They use NATO as a leverage point to try to one-up Israel, and Israel just doesn't give a shit because they don't see NATO's anything as anything more than just like military backing and financial backing, and that's it. To be clear, it's not about the borders anymore, it's about the people. And this actually does play into a larger conversation about Iran that I'll probably touch on a little later in this.
Make the Bible a lot before then? So how
Because the Bible made Israel a thing. If it wasn't for the Bible, Israel would not exist. Israel would be, if not for God's word, aka the Bible, if it weren't for God literally speaking, saying, Jacob, your name is now Israel, and you will be the father of the nation of Israel, effectively, then yeah.
you'd be commanded to support Israel if the Bible didn't even know what Israel was?
Israel, again, this is just his ignorance on the topic and not understanding what he's saying, having never probably even read the book of Genesis a day in his life. It's fine, it's not his fault, it's nothing to berate and be angry about. It is a point of education. If it wasn't for the book of Genesis and the events that transpired according to the book of Genesis, Israel would not exist. Israel is mentioned literally by name in the Bible several times. Israel has existed long before NATO even was thought of. Israel existed back in the times of the Babylonian kingdoms and the Persian kingdoms. This is well before, long before, NATO was even a thing. So, to be clear.
But I don't know, I think it's kind of dumb. What the hell are you talking about?
Told those who bless Israel will be blessed. But what define Israel?
This is important. Are you kidding? This hell is a Jewish country.
Define Israel? Do you not know what Israel is?
What is it?
That would be the country of like
Well, the Bible didn't know what Israel was.
Yes, it did. Again, bro, this is not... this is not up for debate. This is accepted world history. Israel predates NATO by a good 2,000 some odd, 3,000 some odd years. So,
So what's Israel?
questions about it. So that's what Genesis, or that's what God is talking about. The nation of Israel, yes. And so is that different borders, different leadership? He's talking about what is he called Israel? He's talking about the nation of Israel. Yeah, nations exist, and he's discussing the nation. The nation was the people of Israel. Is the nation God is the Abraham in Genesis? Is that the same as the country run by Benjamin and Yaakov? Yes. Yes.
No. Who decided that?
actually, we did when we formed NATO, and NATO made that treaty in 1948. That's where the confusion lies. If we didn't do that back in 1948, Israel would have continued to be basically an undefined mass in the Middle East.
That's bullshit. This is insane.
No, it's not. You just haven't read your Bible.
What the hell are you talking about?
And by the way, it's not run by Benjamin Netanyahu. It's a dictator. It's a democratic country. But the prime minister, right? But just like, America is the country run by Donald Trump. No, actually, the American people elected Donald Trump. The same principle. This is silly. I'm talking about the political entity of bondage. Yes, and that is, that's what.
Okay. Now we get to get off into Jewish history, or rather Hebrew history or Israeli history. Here we go. And I'm a little rusty on this one, so bear with me a little bit. The people that we saved from Germany, the nation that was cordoned off by NATO, which is Israel, is a collection of people that are members of the tribes descendant from Jacob. They are, by that definition, the nation of Israel. They don't need your permission to exist. They just do. Okay? And the Bible does reference them further in the New Testament, and also does explain that eventually they'll be the biggest thorn in our side to ever exist, and it will turn the entirety of the rest of the world against them, which they're kind of on their way to doing, but that's Revelations, not Genesis. We're talking Genesis right now. If you want to get into Revelations, we certainly can, although that is a very heavy subject with a lot of conspiracy theories and other things abound. This is historical fact. By their very nature, the people of Israel are the descendants of Jacob, and therefore, by God's specific definitions, are the descendants of Israel, and therefore are the nation of Israel. Whether you like them or not. And by the way, this current iteration is kind of garbage because of Bibi Netanyahu specifically and his cohorts. There are a lot of military and political decisions that man has made that have been dramatic fucking errors and mistakes and severe miscalculations. You know, relying, number one, if you're the leader of a nation, relying too much on another nation to save your ass at every turn, it's not a good look for a leader. It really isn't. But that's an individual who is leading Israel. That's not greater Israel itself. They may have voted for it, but you can vote for someone and have them do something that you don't agree with. I.e., people who voted for Joe Biden and then witnessed the fucking devastating withdrawal in Afghanistan that made us look like a bunch of fucking clowns. There's plenty of examples of it going throughout history. That one's just the one that made the more sense to use as an analogy in recent history. So again, blaming Israel for the fault of one individual who happens to be at the top leadership role, I don't know. I'd more aim at blaming their military, but that's just me.
God was talking about his Genesis. I do. But that country's existed since when? For thousands of years. Now, there was a time when it didn't exist and then was recreated just over 7 minutes.
No. Ted, you're wrong. It never stopped existing. For a nation to stop existing, the people have to be wiped out through a complete genocide. Not just, your borders have been taken away from you. That's not destroying a nation. That's removing borders from a country state. Okay, so the Roman Empire decided that the Jewish people just didn't deserve to have a border anymore. Big fucking deal, who cares? The Roman Empire hasn't existed for quite some fucking time. It did not change the fact that Israel still existed then and still exists today. And this is not religion, this is historical.
Most people understand that line in Genesis to refer to the Jewish people, God's chosen people. That's not what it says. Okay, in Israel, but you don't even know where in the Bible it is.
Oh my god. How fucking embarrassing.
How many people live in Rwanda? I don't know the population. No.
I think you're no.
Who cares? Look, okay. This I'm going to blame Tucker on. A little bit. He's going at it from a context of someone who actually gives a shit. Ted doesn't give a shit. Ted gives a shit about Texas. Ted's looking at this as a Christian man trying to defend Israel. He doesn't give a damn about the population of Iran. The population could be 5 for all he fucking cares. It doesn't matter. And it really doesn't. What matters to Ted is that Iran has been the biggest funder of the terrorist states of the fucking Islamic Republic for fucking 50 years now, basically. It's 46, but 50's close to damn enough. And they need to knock it the fuck off. And we won't let them have nuclear weapons, and in my opinion, they shouldn't have nuclear power or any other modern conveniences until they do away with the Islamic terror state entirely. Entirely. And if anyone gets in here and says you can't have Islamic terror without Islam, or you can't have Islam without Islamic terror, to which I reply, I've had several Islamic neighbors in Arkansas, one of whom worked at our local gas station and made the best pizza I've ever fucking eaten. And he treated me with the utmost respect of everyone else there. The problem is the difference in Islam. You have the Islamic extremists, and then you have the more modern or the more liberal Islamists. The more modern ones and the more liberal ones, they take it as kill you with kindness, or they just don't pay attention to that verse in general, the one that says kill or enslave the infidels. Kill the Jews or enslave the Jews. That is, by the way, by definition in the fucking Quran. And if you want me to, I'll go look up. You know what? We'll just put this to rest right now. I am definitely misspelling a word here. That is not what it says. Go to Google. It's right in this. It's right in their book, the Surahs. It's right in the Surahs. There you go. Nowhere in the Bible does it say shit like this. Then kill the disbelievers wherever you find them, capture them, besiege them, and lie in wait for them in each and every ambush. Ambush, a coward's tactic, by the way. A tactic of the desperate.
I don't sit around and memorize population tables. Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for your own sort of government. Well, why?
Okay, I gotta stop Tucker there. Nope. We are not overthrowing the government of Iran. We're overthrowing the government of the Islamic terror state. That is not the Iranians' proper government. That would be the proper princes of Iran. Number one. Just because the Islamic terror state took over does not change the fact that there is a proper government for Iran. And the flag that's currently being represented is the flag of the Islamic State of Iran, not the people of Iran or the princes of Iran or the people under the princes of Iran. This is a fucking miscalculation on Tucker's part, and he does it for the ease of the interview, and I fucking hate it because it removes a lot of historical context.
I'm
They are predominantly Shia Muslims. But, well, actually they were. Now it's turning Christian, Persian Christian, actually, weirdly enough. Well, to a degree.
Okay, you don't know anything about Iran. So I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran. You're a senator who's calling it the overthrowing government. You're the one who plans to let the country.
What would matter what their ethnicity is if they have a nuclear bomb?
It doesn't matter. No, Asman is absolutely correct on that take. If they have a nuke and they are the biggest state sponsor of terrorism, which they are, then they need to be dealt with. The ethnicity, the population, that shit does not fucking matter. And to the pro-Russian fucking morons out there who are like, oh, well, that just leads to American hegemony, blah, 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 blah. Okay, riddle me this. What happens when they wipe out America and they look at you as the next set of infidels? Just as a small reminder, your head's on that fucking particular chopping block too. They might be using you for financial backing and other things right now, but as soon as, if they were capable of, and they're not, even if they did have one nuke, they still wouldn't be able to do it. Even if they were capable of seizing control of or destroying the United States, you're next. You misunderstand their intentions because you think that for some reason they're somehow going to stop with us and Israel. No, the book says kill all infidels. Last I checked, the predominant religion of Russia is Russian Orthodox Catholicism, as a pretty even split or pretty close. And China's religion is the worship of their own government. Neither of which are the religions of Islam, so therefore, according to the regime of the Islamic Terrorist Republic of Iran, you're next. So, it doesn't matter. No, these are all, and this is Tucker trying to play moral blackmail on Ted Cruz. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They need to be stopped. It just needs to end.
So why I don't like these online debates because it's a blood sport for retards.
Yes, it is. Actually, 100%. Online debates are a blood sport for retards, and I'll admit, I engage in the retardation occasionally just to stir the shit pot and see if I can't, mosey up some decent drama content occasionally. I prefer to educate, though.
To be fair, Ted Cruz should have known there's about 10 to 11 million people in Tehran.
Yeah.
Right? You gotta know that because you just had to evacuate them.
Yeah, and that evacuation is because we're probably going to end up turning that whole city into a fucking parking lot. Which means that we'll be sending relief and fucking aid supplies for fucking generations to rebuild it, which is not really something that I'm looking forward to. But, to be fair, when you burn someone's house down, you at least have the fucking responsibility to build it back up. At a minimum.
You should know that. And you should know how many people are in the area. You absolutely should know that.
Yes.
And so it's a quiz show, it's 16 million. I heard it was 10 to 11. But 10 guys, right? The majority are Persian and Shia. Well, I'm not sure. It's your basic homework, you should know. And he should know. He definitely should know.
Yeah, that is another good point. This is his basic homework. He should know this stuff. But I don't want to take from Zach's show if you want to. And speaking of which, I'm going to link how do I... Sorry, Zach, I'm kind of new at the whole editing midstream thing. Okay, I need to pop open my channel. I want to edit the video itself. And I'm going to actually link Zach's video here. And also I should link his channel too. He's actually really good on YouTube. I do enjoy his stuff. But like with every other fucking human on the planet, you can't be right about everything all the damn time. Even Zach would tell you that. Me correcting him on the whole point of Israel is just because he wasn't taught this stuff. If he was, he probably would have said it differently, or probably would have said something different. And in reality, if we're being honest to the current situation of talking about nuclear weapons, really the ancient history doesn't matter all that much when you're talking about trying to stop someone from deploying a nuke. But it is important context. That's not his channel ID. That's his channel ID. Forgive me, I should have actually had this set up beforehand, but I'm a brain-dead turd half of the time with no coffee. I just know someone who doesn't know about it, enough about a specific topic when I hear it and I know the information about it. And I felt like this was actually important enough to mention. If Native Americans... Riddle me this. The nation-state of America exists, right? We have Native Americans and we have Americans. What's the difference? We're both from the same country, right? Well, technically, some of us had our ancestors immigrated. Had they not immigrated from Europe to here, we wouldn't exist. Well, in my case, I probably would have just been, wearing probably earrings and a headdress. But, point being... Alright, yeah, hit the save button, dum-dum. Oh, actually, copy that, then hit the save button. Bounce over to Rumble. I don't think I can edit, so I'll just post it in the one comment that the video on Rumble is probably going to get, which would be my own. That's not a lack of confidence, that's just like... I'll probably have to do a similar thing on, actually, yeah, let's do that. It'd be a little bit better, I think, than... So I did post up the links to Asmon's video and his channel. Go subscribe to him. I know the guy's got millions of followers, which is fine. That's great, but I'm not going to tell you to not go sub to the guy, okay? Good guy. Great guy. But, enough massaging egos for a second. So, overall, this is going to be, from here on, basically the generalized, most common sense, red-blooded Americans would probably think the way that Asmon's going to here. They have a nuke. They're the biggest sponsor of fucking terrorism the world over. They don't need to have a nuke. They shouldn't have a nuke, so therefore we need to stop them. Kind of common sense shit.
Population, but you understand that, like, that's not really an argument against, like, what he's saying. It's got nothing to do with what he's saying.
Yeah, exactly.
It's basically like, I'm going to argue against the point that you're not making, I'm going to argue in favor of something that has nothing to do with the topic, so I can
Yeah.
be looked at in a
And yes, this...
it's a guy.
Every time I do this, I'm reminded of one of Asmon's older videos where he's like, they usually end up being yes videos that end up agreeing with him except for on like one fucking point. That probably isn't even the main point. Yeah, no shit, that's exactly what this is going to end up being. But I felt that the historical, religious, and biblical context was important, and I felt like these two chuckleheads in the interview were just going to sail right on over it and treat it like it was fucking nothing. And no offense to Zach, but he's not exactly a biblical scholar, and I don't exactly expect him to be. I don't go to him for takes on the Bible. I go to him for takes on basically secular culture and gaming.
It's got, and nobody gonna know everything, right?
And he's not the only one I go for secular culture and gaming. There's a list, but he's pretty near the top.
Population, you're probably also not men enough to know if they have the ability to make anything in a port with it. So if you don't know the population, like I don't know about that. I mean, you think about it like there's plenty of countries that are like people say Israel has bombs. Israel's not a huge country at all. It's not true. Yeah.
I'd love to ask that chatter. And I'd love to take his phone away from him and stuff and tell him to tell me what the current population of China is without looking at his phone, or Russia, or any country for that matter. And then I'd like to turn around and ask him, okay, how much of that population is capable of building a nuclear bomb? Because the reality is there is no answer to that question. It is a very small handful of very well-trained people who can do it. And it typically comes from outside resources and training.
I mean, you should know the GDP maybe or something else. How much money they put in the military, but that's it. Do you have the groups to inform people on local politics, knowing who's most likely to overthrow current administration, who's randomized, defended, etc.? Well, you already know what the data on that is. I don't know what Ted Cruz does about it.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the one saying that. You can't figure out to say you don't kill General Soleimani and you said it was bad. They're trying to murder Trump. Yes, they do. You're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. To make it really clear.
Because it's not the right option. It's not the way to do it. Well, why would you do that?
Carrying out military strikes today was an Israel war. Right, with our help.
I'm also going to put my own 2 cents in here. Turning Tehran and a few terrorism-operated areas into a parking lot for the next Burger King, Walmart, Pizza Hut, etc. in the region, to get away from the whole terrorism thing and do away with nuclear bombs. It's not the same as putting boots on the ground. Simply carpet bombing the area and leaving a crater where a certain nuclear weapon developing base is just, well, in my mind, it's the better option. But it does have the higher chance of casualties. And to be blunt, the Islamic terror state in Iran has had 46 years to fuck around, and it's past time that they find out.
Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them. Well,
It's fucking obvious.
you're breaking news here because
It's not breaking news. This has been happening for 10 years, 20 years.
Longer.
the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity. We're not bombing, that Israel's bombing. She said we were.
Okay, so that's a technicality. We technically are supplying the bombs. Israel's just the one launching them. It's like making the snowballs that your friend is throwing, occasionally slipping a rock into the snowball, especially when you know who the target is.
We are supporting Senator. If you're saying the United States government,
How the fuck is Ted supposed to answer your question, Tucker, if you don't let him answer the fucking question? He didn't even get 2 words out of his fucking mouth that time. Jesus. Go back to journalism school, you fucking ass. I nail the left of this shit all the damn time. You can't get 2 fucking words out because you have to steamroll over them just to get fucking heard sometimes. You're doing the same shit to Ted.
we're not going to a lot right now. People are listening. So you want to ask how does supporting Israel benefit us? Right now, this tiny little country, the size of the state of New Jersey, is fighting our enemies for us and taking out their top military leadership and trying to take out their diplomat.
I have to say that the way the light is on this really makes it look like Ted Cruz has a Hitler mustache.
Yeah, you're right, it does.
And I'm right, aren't I?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now that you said it, I can't unsee it. Thanks.
And do you see it?
And more so if Iran, if there's evidence.
Iran has been the biggest state sponsor of terrorism since the Islamic terror regime took over 46 years ago. Sitting here trying to play moral equivalencies with a senator on fucking TV or the internet is not doing any fucking good when that same Islamic terror state is trying to develop nuclear weapons.
Is that Iran being meant to kill Donald Trump is currently doing that? Where is it? What do you think you're talking? I've never heard that before. Okay, where is it?
Well, yeah, I probably don't want to say it because then that's going to hold. I mean, this is probably what I'm.
Okay, and that is a propaganda item that I'm going to cover. Tucker doesn't want to say that he's seen it because he either hasn't seen it, but there probably is some evidence of funding out there going to, say, Butler, Pennsylvania shooter, and certain documents linking certain other assassination attempts to directly the Islamic terror state of Iran. And again, this isn't like directly penalizing Islam for the radical extremists of their religion. Believe it or not, Christianity has some too. Shocker. Extremists take one verse out of context, like I did earlier on purpose, so I could actually continue on to make this point. They will take a verse out of context to mean a certain thing. For example, and this is very close to my family, Leviticus has rules against sleeping with the same gender and animals and family members, etc. It's the rules, it's the things you're not supposed to do, right? Well, one of those verses is, if you're a man, you shall not sleep with another man. If you're a woman, you shall not sleep with another woman. The context there being to have sex with, right? You shall not bed another man, you shall not bed another woman, is effectively what they mean. So, in that context, and it goes on to say, at the end of the whole, don'ts, these things are an abomination to God, basically. So a family member approached another family member who was gay and told him that he was going to burn in hell. Well, technically true. But that is not the appropriate way to approach that situation. In fact, when you go up to someone and you're the known Christian of the family and you say you're going to burn in hell because you're screwing your boyfriend and you're a guy, it's not really how you go about that. No, you don't. It's not the right way to do it. That is literally dumping vinegar where honey should be applied. You're trying to attract a fly to train it or to teach it to be better than a fly. Then you don't want to use vinegar to drive it away. You want to use honey to attract it. Right? So approaching a situation in the wrong way can oftentimes push people away from your stuff. Like this whole interview right now, I personally, I'm not going to unsubscribe to Tucker Carlson, and I'm not going to unfollow Ted Cruz just because they had a fucking kerfuffle on screen and because Ted didn't know the population of Iran or their fucking all the details about their country, which, by the way, you can actively call for war on something and not know all the fucking details about it. All you need to know is that they have nuclear material and they were enriching uranium to make nuclear weapons. You don't need to know how far along they were. You don't need to know any of that bullshit. All you need to know is that the last time we sent in a nuclear inspector of any kind from the IAE, APA, or whatever they're called, the inspection people for the nuclear end of NATO, there were parts of the facility that they were not allowed to inspect that they were supposed to be able to inspect. And that is why a lot of people, myself included, are saying, nah, if they won't, it's complete transparency or they don't get the program at all. So, there it is.
I bet there have probably been over 50 attempts on Donald Trump's life that we don't even know about.
Yeah.
Because
There's probably more, to be honest. And they probably come from a range of sources, some of which are probably inside our own fucking borders and are probably civilians of our own country, because the left is fucking insane.
The Secret Service stops it before it even goes to it.
Yeah.
But, and they're not going to go out and say it's classified. Yeah, it's classified information. But it's fucking exactly.
The evidence for these people, why haven't they been arrested? Why are we not at war with Iran? That's a great question to ask. How do you know that that's true? We know that it's true because
He has access to classified documents and information that we don't.
Yeah, no shit. Oh, man. Thank you, Zach, for saying what needed to be said. Senators, members of the House of Congress, the Secret Service, the FBI, and the President, as well as, to a degree, the Supreme Court, have access to documents that some twaddling fucking reporter is not going to have access to. I don't care how many millions of followers you have. You don't have the fucking security clearances to see these documents. Ted Cruz does.
Like, what do you mean? Is he senator or not? Like, I mean, that's obviously the reason why.
we have been told that by the military and our intelligence community for the last 2 years.
And if they knew Iran was trying to assassinate him, they would bomb Iran.
No, because it's not in our tactical advantage to do so. Iran represents a control mechanism. Alright. Let's get this out of the way. Iran, despite all its flaws and being basically the biggest state terror fucking funder on the fucking planet, present a control on the oil in that specific region, which Iran is quite large. Geographically speaking. It's a lever that we can pull if and when we need to. You just need to know how and when to pull it. That being said, the problem with the Iranian government is that technically the government that's there, well, we actually caused it, but we didn't, look, back when Jimmy Carter was president, a lot of really stupid things happened, okay? And this was during the Carter administration. Don't let them fucking tell you it was Reagan, because it wasn't. It wasn't Bush either. Jimmy Carter was inept in a lot of fucking things. Good person, but not good at governing, okay? And to put it bluntly, he fucked up when it came to the Middle East. His Middle Eastern policies were fucking atrocious. One of the things that happened was the princes of Iran were not willing to negotiate when it came to certain price tags on certain things, so we decided, meaning the CIA, decided to cause an issue in Iran. I'm not going to get into the fucking details about it. If you want to learn more, go Google it. It's basically public knowledge at this point. And we unseated the princes of Iran. And, by the way, Russia was in on it too. So, what happened? Well, we removed him. And then, all of a sudden, Shah is out, and your Islamic terror regimes take over. Once again, Donald Trump is fixing a mistake from a previous generation or iteration of United States president, and in this case, a previous iteration of Russia, that has, by the way, been a black mark on both countries for 50 years almost. I think the number is exactly 46, but don't quote me on that. It's probably getting closer to 47 by the day. So yet again, we have to correct the mistakes of our past, even though people like me and Asmongold were not even born in the 70s. We didn't even, we in order for us to be alive at the point that this happened in U.S. history, we would have had to have been born in the 60s, actually, in order to have any sort of real mental wherewithal to understand what was going on.
Magnus!
It was
That
just
was
Mom.
me. Magnus! It was just Mom. There's nobody here.
Anyway, dog thinks there's someone here because someone thumped their foot on the floor.
I threw my foot on my footnote.
So yeah. This video is actually a pretty good breakdown of some of the more, like, what the fuck is this shit, right? And he is calling it like it does need to be called. I don't really think I'm going to do the whole video. The topic I wanted to cover was explaining, you know, how Israel is a nation without NATO, and it has been for thousands of years. Whether you want to acknowledge it or not is kind of irrelevant. You know, just because they were living under Roman rule and the Romans said a thing does not change the fact that the Israeli nation it existed back then too. It just, the difference between then and now is that the borders are different now, and so's the government structure too. By the way, if it were based back in biblical times, we would still have Pharisees running the whole show, not just a prime minister, and that he wouldn't be elected either. They'd be appointed by a college of Pharisees, effectively ruled by the political elite. Not like it's much different than what we have now, but, you know, it is what it is. And until someone actually steps up to change the damn thing, which will probably never fucking happen, if we're being blunt. Pretty sure the game's gone too far into the chess match to change the color of what pieces you want to play with, you know? You can't change them to green, you're already playing with black and white. I mean, you could, but it's just kind of... It's a little bit too much of a mess to screw with, to be honest, and it's pointless. We are not facing that kind of an issue. The issue before us is exactly this, and it's very blunt. Iran is the largest state sponsor of terrorist organizations from Hezbollah to ISIS, and will continue to do so because they believe that Islam is the only way, and they want to push their religion worldwide. They are an attempt at a world-dominating force. That is why they're not calling people back to Iran or any other Islamic nation who are trying to immigrate to places like Europe and causing problems in places like Europe. You know, it's why China put the Uyghur Muslims into a fucking concentration camp. They don't like to discuss that. It's a re-education camp, but it's effectively a concentration camp. You know, it's, this whole thing is really stupid, and trying to go off on whether Israel existed before NATO or not, which it did, long before NATO was even established, and had continued to exist in some shape or form until 1948. And you could say that that's irrelevant all that you want, but there's just one problem with that theory, and that is that these nations are going to war with each other based off of the exact same history that you're trying to say is irrelevant. So there's that element of it too. You know, maybe instead of just writing off the history of the matter as a who gives a fuck, maybe you should give a fuck if you're going to talk about the issues at hand. You should know what you're talking about. Just a small thought. Maybe reading the book of Genesis and reading into the Quran and actually doing the research instead of just saying, oh, well, I had a friend tell me it did a thing. Sorry, your friend is wrong 6 ways from Sunday. Israel has existed from its inception in the book of Genesis onward. We're talking ancient Bible time shit. And just because they didn't have a border doesn't mean they cease to exist. The Native Americans don't have a quote-unquote border for the Native Americans of the United States of America. They have reservations which are effectively unwalled concentration camps that we shoved them into. Sure. But those borders are loose at best. But the Native American nations didn't cease to exist just because the white man came in and said, you're now part of the United States of America. You know, the Native Alaskans They still have their tribal governments. They're still a part of the United States of America. They're a part of Alaska. They're a part of the governance of Alaska. Did they suddenly cease to exist because their borders were changed by the state government? No, they still exist. So, I mean, that whole argument that NATO setting a border for a country is what allows a country to exist or a nation to exist is just fucking retarded. You do not need NATO's approval to exist. I don't need NATO's approval to exist. My fiance doesn't need NATO's approval to exist. Israel, Iran, Syria, Russia, fucking China, none of these places need NATO's fucking approval to exist. They just fucking exist, okay? And as far as we're concerned, in some way, shape, or form, this is why I hate reincarnation theory. We've all fucking existed at some way, shape, or form in the past. We have zero memory of it because the souls just keep getting recycled and put through the same fucking machine that wipes everything clean, and it's just like wiping an old computer to send off to a new fucking person. It's effectively what it is. It's just to see how many times the same soul can make a different fucking choice. That is what it feels like. There is no biblical foundation for that, but that's just what it feels like. The reality is that the soul remembers, the person doesn't. That's according to reincarnation theory. Now, according to Christianity, you go to heaven and, you never have to have sex again, and you effectively become one of God's chosen, and yada yada yada. Well, that's true to a degree. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but that's the simplest way to put it. The more advanced way to put it is that where God's creating a new earth, the new earth is going to be a part of the greater universe, or what I would call the recreated universe, and realistically, because of our constant war, our constant need to kill each other, might not be acceptable to the rest of the universe. Stuff like the fights in Iran, sodomizing each other, and acting like a bunch of barbarians might not be in the better interest of the universal scale. And this is, again, not biblical theory. This is kind of personal opinion and my take after reading the Bible a few times. It's kind of like trying to condition a wild animal to behave a certain way for a zoo, basically. And that's to put it in a very bland and blank way. Another way to put it is if you're hiring a game dev to create a thing, and you don't want him to be some woke wacko, well, you kind of got to go through his social media. You kind of got to go look at some of the things he said and some of the things that he's done. And it is kind of a hassle. That's why you're supposed to have a decent human resources department to do this work for you. It's called delegating tasks. Now, this is just my take. My take is the reason that we were made in God's image, and the reason that we were supposed to be basically on the same level as, right? Is because the intention for us was to go out and be world creators in a universe, an unlimited universe. We were supposed to, either in groups or individually, go from planet to planet and either place life or, assist in the development of certain life forms or whatever. The best example to this that I have is if you've played Destiny 2, the Traveler, giving humans superpowers and the awoken superpowers as well as the exo race to deal with a threat, right? Well, the thing is that it's different, that there really isn't a threat so much as the threat is from within, and he doesn't want corruption. He wants pure creation. The problem with that is that according to the Bible, when Adam and Eve did the thing in the Garden of Eden with the apple, a lot of people say apple. It was a fruit. Apple is not really concluded that that's what it is. As far as we know, it could have been a friggin' devil fruit, right? Just kind of stabbing fun at the anime community for a second. So, yeah, it was the tree of knowledge, and Eve was deceived into eating a fruit because she wanted more. And the serpent was more than willing to exploit that. And Adam went along with it because, he thought it was okay to do so. And probably the bigger sin out of all of it was trying to lie to God and say, we did no such thing, but we're naked, The infantile version of lying. I didn't eat the chocolate chip cookies and you have chocolate smeared all over your fucking face. I didn't eat those brownies that had a note on them that said I shouldn't eat those brownies, and you're just barely standing up straight. Your eyes are bloodshot like you just got back from a fucking Bob Marley concert.
Shit, like, this is classified data information, that's it.
But
The people around are not trying to kill them, so why bomb them? Yeah, exactly.
yeah, that's another point too. We're talking about the Islamic terror regime that's overtaken Iran, not Iran itself. The people of Iran did nothing wrong. The only thing wrong that they did was not overthrow the Islamic terror regime that exists in their country and has overtaken their governance. I would argue illegitimately, by the way.
But that Iran is trying to do so in the United States. Yes, and by the way, like Iran, that seems
Okay, well, when you have an incompetent like Joe Biden ripping open the border, and I wonder if it was him or some other fucking staffer making decisions on his behalf, who made those decisions. Actually, I'm more leaning towards it's probably Kamala's idea.
huge headline, and you're acting like everyone knows this, so I didn't know that. Are Iran presidents? They have been for 2 years. They are in the nothing that you could do that would be worse in the United States than murdering Trump. And I just don't understand why you're not calling for using nuclear weapons against the Ayatollah right now. I'm just curious if they're even really even.
Nukes are not fucking required. It's just a bunker buster and a couple Moabs. Oh my god. Look. This is why I hate Tucker Carlson so much. It's not because I disagree with his angle. I'm right-leaning I'm actually extremely conservative. My problem with Tucker Carlson is he's fucking clueless on military affairs. You don't need to put boots on the ground and drop nukes in Iran, decimating their fucking population that is overwhelmingly turning fucking Christian by the day. You don't even need to do that. It's a targeted strike on a bunker. One bunker where they are developing nuclear weapons. Just one. Just one. And the fucking Moabs are to eliminate terrorist training camps. That is known at terrorist training camps. That's it. That is it. It's just to wipe the map clean of the infection and leave the rest the fuck alone. This guy is so hyperbolic. I hate the hyperbole. Oh my god. Fucking stupid bastard. No one said nukes. The only people who are trying to bring nukes into the equation is the Islamic terror state in Iran. Not the Iranian people themselves. You fucking dope. And another thing, if one group is trying to assassinate another group's leader, then you can put troops on the ground. Sure, a small strike force to go take out that leader and his surrounding fucking cohorts. There you go. Oh, you mean kind of like what Israel's been doing for the last 10 fucking years?
I guess listening to your rant was a good luck challenge, because I actually beat this level by my...
Oh, sweet.
No, maybe not.
first time I read
It's
it.
absolutely being disingenuous. You get to Quran, everyone who puts a threat. Yes. Let's see.
You can't drop nukes on every single threat ever and expect to be taken seriously. That's not how politics. That's not how international politics works, dude. Fucking A. Oh, I have all these fucking accomplishments. And yet, when you do an interview with a Texas senator, you come off sounding like some unhinged fucking lunatic. Now I'm understanding why the left doesn't fucking like you. I don't like the left because they do the same bullshit. Stop using the tactics of the left, please. It's repulsive and repugnant.
Let's say I don't understand. For some reason, you are really invested in defending Russia. I don't get that. I'm not attacking you with that. I'm genuinely, like, I don't get why you're so passionate.
Why do I have to fucking say this shit? I don't like Putin. I don't like the KGB. I don't like their Secret Service bullshit. In fact, I'll say that to the Americans too. I don't like the CIA. I don't like fucking the Spetsnaz. I don't like the fucking SAS. I don't like MI5. I don't like the Five Eyes. I don't like any of that secret squirrel bullshit. I hate it. But at the same time, I recognize that it is the current power dynamic that exists, right? It's just like being in Destiny 2. I don't like the current armor system, and I think it needs to change. Well, it's going to change here in about a month. But for the time being, it's what we're all living under, and therefore I have to fucking accept it. Personally, I think it's fucking sick, gross, disgusting, and I hate it. That being said, as a country, Russia has always existed too. They've existed for quite some time in some variation or another. Maybe even with a different name at some point. The land hasn't fucking changed all that much. Nor has its people. I mean, we've gotten a little bit more complacent and lazy with modern conveniences like the internet. And fucking DoorDash. Hey, if there's a Russian who sees this, do you guys have a version of DoorDash? I've always wondered that. Kind of a stupid off-topic question, but the point is that we're not hunter-gatherers, we're not, farmers, we're not back in ancient barbarian times, basically. Things aren't brand new, and I'd argue if they were even brand new back then. Here's the thing. There is nothing new under heaven. You could sit there and say, oh, well, we have nuclear bombs. Yeah, and God used to be able to smite people. Kind of got to wonder if there's a little bit of a similarity there. Don't believe me? Go look at the former sites of Sodom and Gomorrah and go look at the sulfur pellets that are about that big around. Anyway. No, it's, I don't like saying this because it sounds sympathetic towards the Russian government, but the Russian people have always been in Russia. The Egyptian people have always been in Egypt. America has always been populated by one group or another. And before that, it was populated by moose and elk and snakes and coyotes and other things. These things are not new. They're old things. So saying you defend Russia a lot, I think Russia has every right to exist. Much the same that every other country that's on the map, every speck of land that's on the map, deserves to exist. Even the stuff under Antarctica has a right to exist, in my opinion. It's the nature of that existence, or rather the form that that existence takes, that is where we're going to run into some bumping head issues. I hate these ads, man. Cake needs to do something about that shit. It's in-chat advertisement. It should be against the rules for other people to do it in your chat without your consent. But Yeah, that's what trippy screen is. You're seeing me a buttload. So does Asmund? Asmund does deliver final thoughts. All right, let's get to the point where he starts delivering his final thoughts on the subject, which I think is where we're at.
But I just want to, well, we are trying, why don't we just nuke Tehran? They're trying to,
No one said to nuke Tehran.
I am against killing anybody, actually.
Yeah. Ted Cruz only shows clips and put him in the best light. Yeah, and what do you think Tucker Carlson showed?
Yeah, no shit. The problem with those final thoughts is that they're all doing it. Like, the only reason that I decided to chime in on this was because of the Israel existing before NATO was a thing. That was really it. But, and I could have stopped it there, but I decided to. Once I got to hearing some of the conversation, it was like you kind of get sucked into the idiocy and like trying to like see. You just kind of see the stupid, right? Ted, my dude, basic homework, okay? You don't have to know the exact population number, just a rough estimate. And as far as the ethnic shit, that doesn't matter. We're trying to stop them from making nuclear bombs. Don't worry about that. There's only one fact that you need to know: their basic population, the population of them that are the Islamic terror regime that exists in Iran, and where they live. That's all you need to know. And then you just need to make them not live. You know, that right there in a nutshell is how you fix the Islamic terror state. There is no way to put a stop to it through negotiation, because they'll just try to find another way to exploit it and cause more problems. It is literally the nature of the Islamic terror state to do that. 100%. I can't believe I have to say this crap. In fact, I really shouldn't be saying it at all. I shouldn't have to. If we had proper schools in our fucking country, I wouldn't have to. But for the last 50 plus fucking years, our education system has been run by feckless morons who really wouldn't know proper education if it smacked them in the fucking forehead. So, alright, we've popped out all those chats. We're going to nuke the screen capture because I'm not going to be doing the gaming portion of this on the PC, although I probably should because I have Oblivion on there. You know what? We'll go through and take a look at the Nintendo Switch list and see what's on there. If nothing appears to be, you know, solid stream material, we'll bounce back to the PC and probably go do Oblivion for a little bit. But no, it's not even that Asmund was wrong per se. It's just a lack of knowledge of currently accepted history. That's all. And the accepted history is that Israel existed well before NATO was even remotely thought of. Unless you're an Islamist, and then, you know, Israel never existed because they're the to Islam, Israel is the bastard child of Jacob and Abraham. Actually, they're the bastard grandchild of Abraham, according to Islam, because Islam was founded, their entire genetic existence was founded. Ooh, an update for Final Fantasy XII Zodiac Age? What is there to update? Oh, right. Maybe the Switch 2 components. Making sure that everything runs smoothly. Because, you know, unlike Gearbox, Square Enix seems to be on the ball, actually. Or was that a full system update? I feel like my nose is about ready to start bleeding. It's like a really weird feeling. Kind of smells like cocktail sauce in my nose.
That's not good.
No, it's not. Like someone dipped copper pennies into cocktail sauce.
Ugh.
Yeah, ugh is right. I gotta set up the streaming dashboard to be a little better. We'll turn on the subtitles. Decided to go with Final Fantasy XII this time. Figured if I was going to play a single player game, I might as well play one that I actually really deeply enjoy playing. But no, there's a large contingent of Americans that don't understand history, world history properly. The problem with me is that I was kind of forced into it. And to be clear, the only Middle Eastern quote-unquote history that I've ever been personally interested in was Egyptian mythology concerning the Egyptian gods, and that's courtesy of Yu-Gi-Oh! Just a general surface level curiosity. Put that remote. Can you borrow your Roku remote when you have a minute? I gotta.
In the name of the Father, and in the
Final Fantasy XII.
I hereby pronounce you man and wife.
I just gotta tone it down a little bit. Oh, my mic was picking up the audio from that. Man, I really wish we could have had a wedding that looked like that. That would have been awesome. But I'm not exactly a prince, so that's not going to happen. That would have never happened. Well, I mean, in a way, I guess it did if you count the woods,
Stand little.
the family, and the lakes. Speaking of which,
Nabudis
totally a wedding video on my Rumble. If you guys want to go see how it went
No,
down.
not. I'm sorry.
If Nabudis has indeed fallen, it's only a matter of
It's
time.
pretty basic. I mean, I'm not going to say it was the most advanced thing on the planet, but we all had a good time.
To
You
hold their
know,
advance.
cake, a cookout, family gathering. It was nice. It
I will go.
was almost in tears
I
actually
will
because
go
it
at his
reminded me
side.
of the good old days back when family was family. You know.
Galtea
Let's
stand
see
watch
what
over your
Twitter's up
life.
to today, I guess.
That I be considered worthy.
I didn't even realize it was Juneteenth today. care. It's another day as far as I'm concerned. But I also treat my birthday the same way too. The only difference being is I take a shot at booze to celebrate being another year. That's about it. No, I don't regret voting for Trump. You're not going to get me to. Well, you can, but you're just. This is not it. Yeah, and then you fucking idiots in the fucking Congress and the Senate threw that away when you wrote up the fucking Patriot Act and gave the president more powers than he should have.
The fortress is lost! We must withdraw!
No! The railing still stands.
You're in sight. They're failing light.
Yeah. Oh, Gunther, that is such a good question. Did our GOP members in Congress know about all the corruption at USAID and just turn a blind eye?
Lord Rasler!
That would seem to be the case, actually. Actually, Trump didn't choose war, and he did attack Tucker Carlson, but that's because Tucker is trying to play. I'm not going to type that. Someone else already typed it. Yeah, that's the other thing that kind of irritates me is that Iran used to be such a amazing place,
Blessings of the great Father
and
descend.
then
Guide your bodies return to the earth.
Najaf and neighboring areas outside of Iran decided in 1979 to roll in and commit a coup
There you shall find peace.
that we tried to capitalize on, and it's been a thorn in our side for fucking years. But it is vitally important to note that when I say end Iranian terrorism, what I mean is end the Iranian terror state, the Islamic Republic of Iran, not Iran itself. The people of Iran, the real, true people of Iran that are not extremists or under the direct influence of
The air of hope that had surrounded Her Royal Highness Princess
the
Asha's
Islamic
wedding
terror state
was now quite lost.
of
Dalmasca had been set adrift
who
at
gives
the
a fuck
mercy of
stand.
history's restless
Um,
tides. At this
they're
time, two great empires struggled
Yeah.
for dominion
They're
over
the real
Ilias.
people of Iran,
Arcadia in the east,
not you faggots.
Rosaria
And
the
yes, I
west.
just used that word.
The
I will
invasion
address
of the kingdom
terrorists
of
exactly
Nebradia
as
was Arcadia's
diminutively
first
as possible.
in its
I will
westward
call them
march.
every derogatory
With Lord
fucking name in
Rosler's
the book,
beloved homeland consumed by the hellfires of war,
and not
it
give a
seemed
shit
clear
about
that
YouTube's
Arcadia would
TOS.
soon meet out a like fate to Dalmasca.
They're a bunch of
The fall of the
bestiality
fortress at
fucking
Nalbanah
pedophiles
told the
who
destruction
love
of the
raping
greater part of
children and
Dalmasca's
animals
forces.
and beating women. They're barbarians who
The
deserve
counterattack
nothing less
was
than the
mounted
wood
by the
chipper.
order of the Knights of Dalmasca, ever brave and faithful. But against the martial might of the Arcadian armies, they stood little chance of victory. Indeed, their defeat was to be absolute. Soon thereafter, Arcadia came forward, offering terms of peace, or, as one might rather put it, terms of Dalmasca's surrender.
I would say, in fact, that I'd be all
Lord
for the
Romanos,
United States
King of
toppling
Dalmasca,
Iran's current
And
state
my
of
dear
government.
friend, had no choice but to
Actually,
accept these
entirely.
terms. It was, Thus,
Except
only with
it's
reluctance
better
they
if
set
they
out
do
for
it
Naldana
themselves.
Fortress, now under Arcadian occupation.
Because if they do
Corvix
it,
is sealed
it
to
actually
the
means
Emperor's
something.
Treaty
It's
of
not
peace.
America coming
The
in to
king had
police the
scarce
world
departed
again.
his royal city of Rabanasta when the remnants of the Order made their return.
But how are they supposed to
Not a
supplant
moment
or
too
destroy
soon.
a terrorist
What a
organization
terrible revelation
that
awaited
has
them.
raped, tortured, and murdered, imprisoned, and persecuted them for
The
fucking
treaty would be
generations?
signed with
It's
steel
at this point, it's all that some
written in
Iranian
royal
people
blood.
have known. So. Yeah.
You there?
And it's a very sad thing, and there is absolutely a bone in my body that wants to go full on Frank Castle
They're slowing us down.
and assemble the fucking
Not say that.
assemble a massive fucking strike force and take out the Islamist terrorist republic in general,
Your name?
and just end it, get it over with, get them out of our fucking hair once and for all.
Good. Rex. You bore a few cuts, but you are still whole. Well, can you stand?
But
Think you can fight?
I'm fine,
there
sir.
again, we're funding.
How old
It's
are
another
you, Rex?
situation where, weirdly enough, our taxpayer
17,
dollars are
sir.
going to them too.
Young. Family?
My brother is all I
You
have
know,
left, sir.
that's a good point. If
He's
we
2 years younger
just
than
did
I,
away
living in
with the
Rabanastre.
wars in the sandbox
So young.
and just called it a fucking day.
You're barely old enough to be a man. You shouldn't be forced to wield a sword.
No, sir. I want to fight. For my homeland.
I'll tell you what, if you
And
pull
for
out
my
of Ukraine
parents.
completely,
Save the
we will
discussion
willfully
for later.
fork over
We must
Fauci and
reach the
everyone
king before they
associated
act.
with him in
All our
NIH
efforts will be in vain.
to Putin.
I'm aware of
I
the
think that's a pretty
situation.
reasonable agreement. Sure.
Bosler, go ahead. I will handle this rabble.
Gladly hand over that fucking
Godspeed.
criminal piece of trash. If it meant permanent peace and no more expansion from Russia, sure.
Steady, Rex. Keep your wits about you and you'll make it. We move!
But that'll never happen. Man, I understand why this game can't be multiplayer, but an open world exploration version of this exact game with a third person hack slash and shooter component would be pretty fun. I'm not too big on the system. You can tell this is emulated. Oh yeah. This is definitely emulated. It was the same performance I get on my computer using something like PCSX2. And before anyone says, oh, you have that illegally, I'm the one who made the ISO for the Final Fantasy XII version on the PlayStation 2 that I own, so I didn't pirate shit. I just held on to the backup copy after the original copy got destroyed in a car accident. So, was a nice special edition case too. Damn shame. Paid a lot for it. What happened to Candace Owens? Here's the answer to that. She's an agent of division, and she always has been. What I mean by that is that her existence exists to try to reduce and lessen her, may have to try that someday. How does a mirror know what's behind it? Huh. Anyway. Good. No, that's good. Good. Always good to see the laws being enforced. What the fuck? No, Trump is not Bush 2.0. Oh, man. Look, just because they're sponsored by AI Pack does not make them bad fucking people. It does not necessarily make them fucking compromised. You're gonna sit here and say that someone who got $3,000 from AI Pack, when they're making millions of dollars a fucking year, that they're somehow fucking compromised. That's retarded. Yeah, that's pretty accurate right now. Iranian alliance status check. Russia out. Saudi Arabia out. Quietly supporting Israel. Syria out. Allowing Israel in airspace. China quiet. Candace Owens all in. Yeah, he just lost his fucking job. You don't dox federal agents and keep your job as a city attorney. Actually, what is he really? Oh, Nashville's mayor. Nice. Be honest, I'm not celebrating Juneteenth, are you? To be frank, no. It's just another day. Yeah. Well, the problem with people like Sarah Adan, and it's not so much a problem, it's the issue with how they're going about things, is you can say these things all that you want, but there is no way to really, what's the word? There's no way to really end it without using some sort of military force. Just kind of the stark realities of the region that is the Middle East. It's always... Oh god, I just saw something stupid. You just made shrapnel on your steering wheel. You get into one fucking wreck and that airbag deploys and you're gonna have fucking a bad day. A very bad day, and it might be a very briefly bad day. Oh, Jamie Carville. Wrong again. Huh. There's more balls than brains on that one, if you ask me. Oh, look, a fight. Head scratchies. Could you do me a favor? Go boil up a couple of eggs. I don't really have the time to fry, and I don't really want fried this morning anyway. We need to start eating more healthy. And by the way, that 10 pounds that I was up, I'm down by 5.
I know you told me this morning.
Captain?
Wait. Oh, I'm reading a Twitter story while the auto battle is doing its thing. Yeah. What's the worst thing someone has ever done to you? I cheated on my ex. It was a one-time thing, whatever. And after he found out from a mutual friend, his response was to sleep with not one, not two, but all 5 of the girls in my friend group over the course of a month. Needless to say, I'm no longer friends with them, and I now have trust issues for life. Yeah, no shit. Except you're the one who triggered it. She cheated on him, and then he proceeded to cheat on her with her entire friend group over the course of a month, basically. As basically fucking repay. Yes, please.
We receive you, Tom Berry. You've leave to retire. Well
My body is in need of calories, and if those happen to be in liquid form, thank you. Not that kind of liquid, you sick fucks. Forgot I was streaming when I made that comment. No, I forgot I was streaming when I said the thing about liquid calories. Blowjob joke.
Oh, okay. Never heard that before. Like, at all. Ever. When you're done streaming, can I actually borrow Fantasy Draft?
Probably gonna be playing this all day, to be honest. Even past the stream. I love this damn game. Fortunately for you, I think I have it on more than one device, so...
Yeah, you have it on your Xbox as well. It was on Game Pass on the Xbox.
Did you check to see if it was on Game Pass on the PC?
I did not. You got yours from that.
Yeah, I do. Well, it's on there, but it's not a part of Game Pass. No, and it's like $50 fucking.
It was a part of Game Pass at one point.
That's a shame. A good game.
I think you might own it.
I do on the Xbox, just not the Xbox app because they haven't integrated the app to the regular system yet.
Okay, they really need to do that.
Yeah, they do. Yeah, and this is just another Putin talking point because Donald Trump has to do a thing in Iran to keep them from getting nukes, and he's pissy because he doesn't want Iran to stand on its own as a legitimate country. He wants them to be run by the Islamic terror states. Because he sees them as a bulldozer to take over an area, and then he can turn around and say, oh, well, they're a terrorist organization, so Russia's now going to go eliminate them so we can take over that area so he can complete his expansionism goals. Rating 1 to 10, Chuck Schumer. No, you're not letting me use negative numbers. Sorry. Not gonna rate him. Oh no, I actually could get behind that too. Israel shouldn't have nukes either. Nor should Russia, America, or anyone else who has them. But they do. Excuse me.
Feel better now?
Yeah, a little bit. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Vossler! Where are you?
What if Captain Oculus has fallen?
Don't talk such nonsense. Vossler's laughed in the face of death far too many times for him to stop now. Men like him don't die in places like this. We must make haste to reach the king. We will take him to safety.
Is His Majesty unharmed?
He'll agree to an unconditional surrender. They wouldn't dare touch him until the wax on his seal is dry.
But if we arrive after he signed the treaty...
Wait. Quickly, Rex.
Oh, boy. Yay, more tutorial. Yeah, I've played other Final Fantasy games, dude. I know how save crystals work. Oh, let's see, what can I overwrite? We'll go with file 7.
Intruders! Don't let them escape!
Sir, we have little time. You must go to the king. I'll handle these.
Fight well. Your Majesty. Captain, why? Our king, what have you done?
The king intended all along to sell Damaska to the Empire. His Majesty was a traitor.
Captain,
Seize the insurgent.
Well, so much for peaceful negotiations.
we'll never surrender to you. We are not cattle to be sold by a traitor king.
But the war is over, my dear Captain. You have lost. Dalmasca is the property of the Empire now. And to think, we intended to let you keep some of your sovereignty, out of respect.
But now you've gone and ruined that. Haven't you, Captain?
We will never bow to you.
And the people of Dalmasca will hate you for it. Take the captain away.
Off you go.
Vaughn.
Pretenses of peace left by the wayside, the Arcadian forces resumed their advance toward Rabanasta. Dalmasca's doom had been decided. To make resistance would serve no end. With this foremost in my thoughts, I to the people of Dalmasca. Sons and daughters of Dalmasca, I bid you lay down your arms. Raise songs of prayer in their stead. Prayer for His Majesty King Raminas, ever merciful, a man devoted wholly to peace. Prayer, too, for the noble Princess Ash, who, wrought with grief at her kingdom's defeat, has taken her own life. Know also that Captain Bosch von Ronsenberg, for incitement of sedition and the assassination of His Royal Majesty King Raminas, has been found guilty of high treason and put to his death. They who at this late hour choose still the sword are cut of the same cloth as the captain. Traitors who would lead Dalmasca to her ruin. Dalmasca's surrender without terms was soon to follow.
Vaughn! Hurry it up or they'll find us.
I know. Just a little more. You keep an eye out for me up there, Kites. 1, 2, 3 more. Right. Time to clean house.
Wow, Vaughn! You got him all yourself? Guess I know who to call when something big comes along.
Hey, it's good practice for the desert. I'm ready for anything now. That's enough for today. You should get back to Miguel's place, Kites. Aren't you running errands for him?
Oops, totally forgot. You should come, Vaughn. He's busy today. Might have some work for you to do, too.
I've got other, work to do. Hey, lock this place up for me, will you? If Miguel finds out we've been down here, he'll tan our hides.
Huh? What'd you say? Sir, you haven't paid, and What? Haven't paid? On second thought, please, sir, take it. It's a gift.
Be the full sod, B. We don't want trouble today.
Your luck, peddler.
Oops, sorry.
Watch where you're going, Charles. What? My pouch! It's gone! The boy! Get out the way! Oh!
What? Hey, that's mine.
What do you mean, yours? You've been stealing again. What happens if they catch you? We need you to be there for us, Vaughn. You're no good to anyone if you're locked away in a dungeon.
Oh, what? Am I the leader now? We're orphans. The first thing you learn is you gotta watch out for yourself. Come on, Penelo. You know it as well as I do. Hey, you give that back. What do you think you're doing?
I thought that this money was the people of Dalmasca's property. The Imperials stole it from us, so it's only fair that we take it back. It's our duty as Dalmascans.
Well, that's because people like open source
wasn't
intel
that what you
don't
said?
understand, and John Buckley too.
Yeah, but
they
I
don't
never said anything about
understand
taking it back from me.
that it's not
This is what I read
Iran
you took the
that
other day.
America or the rest
Just
of the world
because
has
I
an
help
issue with.
Miguel out every
It's
now
the
and then,
Islamic terror
it
state
doesn't mean that you get
that
to eat
is
for free
currently
too, you know.
occupying Iran. They're the ones that we're going to deal with, not the
know that.
Iranian people
You
themselves.
think I like living like this?
And that's why I said it's not putting boots on the ground or going to war with someone if you're just going to directly assault a military base, take out the head of a known terror faction in a country,
One of these days,
and then just leave the
I'll
country
fly
to
an airship
rebuild
of my own.
itself.
I'll be a sky pilot.
I am
Free to go where
perfectly
I will.
fine with the United States decimating a population and then Russia rolling in behind us to
Well, be
rebuild,
careful.
you know,
You'll never fly
big
anything if you're riding
beams
in a
and
dungeon.
baby bottles for said nation. I am perfectly fine with that dichotomy.
Miguel has some
Actually,
errands
a
that
lot
you're
of people
doing.
don't
He wanted
understand
you to
that.
drop by his
I don't
place.
have a problem, and I
It
don't really
might be
care
a good idea
if
to
Russia
lend a
hates us
hand.
for doing it or not. The reality is that that the world works the way that it does because people need to occasionally put warheads on foreheads. And whether Russia wants to admit it or not, the Ayatollah Khomeini regime has needed a warhead put on its forehead for 46 years. Ever since they fucking subverted the real Iranian government. They are in fact an illegitimate government and need to be removed. And that, I believe, is something that Donald Trump doesn't do well at saying. Because he has the international political stance of effectively a businessman.
I was waiting.
Penelope said you
He
needed
only
something?
sees the benefit in bombing the shit out of Iran. He doesn't see the. He also sees the risk, but the benefit outweighs the risk. But what he doesn't see is that very strategic pinpoint bombings to remove certain terrorist-based facilities, as well as taking out Khomeini. Those are the benefits. Those are the things that benefit the world. Bombing the shit out of Iran as a whole doesn't benefit anybody.
So you want me to go to the tavern to pick him up?
Not really. And that's kind of more the point that I think Israel and Russia are getting at, is dropping 2 bunker busters on fucking Khomeini's forehead, not a problem. Dropping a couple Moabs, or pick your bomb, basically, to take out fucking terrorist training camps throughout Iran, not a problem. Bombing generalized cities and civilian areas, big problem. Once you take out their leadership, once you take out their ability to train people, once you take out the terrorist-based armaments, all you have left is Iran. Really. And, you know, yeah, you could still have terrorism dissidents here and there, which is kind of bullshit, but, you know, you live in the world you're born to, you don't get to shape it for yourself until you're much older. Strategically speaking, and I'm saying this more out of my own fucking thoughts, the world would be a better place if we could just permanently remove the Islamic terror state republic.
There you are, Kites. Stop loafing around.
Look, Vaughn, look! This is it!
It
This
would
is
be.
why Miguelo's
They're a
courier
bunch of
didn't get here on
degenerate
time.
barbarians who
Creature
need
spotted
some
in the
instant
Esther
warhead
stand.
activity.
What is that thing?
And really, once you do that, you
Miguel
can
sent you
return
too, did he?
some
busy man these days,
form
that Miguel, if I dare
of
say so
stability to the
myself.
region,
I don't
and it
envy him the
will
look, though.
actually
Not a bit.
it'll
Quite the affair throwing a banquet to
solve
welcome the
90% of the
Imperials,
problems
eh?
there, really. And
Welcome.
as far as
What do you
Russia and
mean?
Ukraine goes,
Whatever.
that's just him blowing
What's
fucking
this?
smoke. Him and Donald Trump have been blowing
don't
smoke
remind
back
me.
and forth for fucking months
Got some
now.
nastiness out there in the Esther sand.
I really have my doubts
And
that Russia's
means
going to
shortages
take a
all
significant
around.
portion
Thought
of
I'd put up a
Ukraine
bill,
more
offer a
than
reward to
the
anyone who
region
can
that
knock
they've
that
already
nasty back in
taken.
its place.
And
Now that's
his
work.
bluster about fucking
Sounds
NATO
10
is
times
just
better
him
than running
saber
errands for
rattling to
Miguel.
try to appear tough to his
That's
base.
right! Vaughn, you should give it a shot!
It is what it
You
is.
should be getting back to Miguelo. Now, Kites. He was waiting for you.
Oh, right.
Yeah, okay. I can agree with Tim Pool on that. I didn't really think about that way. I see it as a day to celebrate the victory of the Union in the end of slavery. America is great. I don't know if Tim's actually trolling here, but... he's just trying to trigger conversation. But yeah, calling it Juneteenth is pretty dumb. Needs a better name. And Emancipation Day would be a better name. Holy shit. Am I reading this right? Facebook's largest BLM, Black Lives Matter page, with 700,000 followers, appears to be a fraud run by a white Australian man who walked away with more than $100,000 US dollars in donations. Jesus, what does that translate to in Australian money? Let's... That's over $1 million Australian. That dude's sitting high on the fucking hog, man. Well, before I say that, yeah, he's sitting pretty high on the hog. Considering they're only paying like $10,000 of 10,000 US dollars for a brand new fucking car. Jesus. And I use the car as a metric because it's just kind of like a consistent item that most first world countries rely upon. Wonder if he'll get charged with anything on that one. Wait, what? Well, we're not eating hot dogs anymore.
Korean sample. What do you mean? And get this, 10% of all. People eat hot dogs. Eat the things that taste so good. But what's in them? Not so good. You know, it's not so good. I don't know if it feels like something after this. The company created this recently and launched 300.
The company Clear Foods recently analyzed 345 hot dog and sausage products from 75 brands and retailers and found that you hot dog lovers, human DNA in 2% of the samples and in 2/3 of the vegetarian samples. Get this, 10% of all vegetarian products appear to contain meat. Those poor bastards. But no, it's the human DNA found in hot dogs.
Wait, human?
Yeah. 2% of the sample.
Say what?
Okay, it was likely from contamination from stuff like hair and skin during manufacturing. However, the study wasn't peer-reviewed, lacked transparency, and hasn't been replicated, raising doubts about its reliability. Human DNA poses no health risks as it breaks down during digestion. Contamination is a hygiene issue, not intentional inclusion of remains. Food safety standards aim to prevent this, but gaps may exist. More research, yeah. And this person was just trying to cause a problem with The Rock. But yeah, no, apparently there's hair and skin that can get into the hot dog mix, causing the 2% human DNA that is still gross, but I love how they conflate that into a study and don't actually tell you what brands they found it in. Like, that's just so stupid. There's so many other factors included in that. Oh, it's in 2%. 2% of what? What brand specifically? What type? Was there maybe one type of hot dog from the same brand that got a higher quality treatment than the other? This is just stupid. This is so dumb. I'm torture testing Grok. I just asked it like 5 questions in the same thing, just to see if it can answer them all accurately. It was just some pretty straight up concerns that I had about that study. Here, I'm gonna pull it back up actually. Does this study specify what brands were worse versus better? The 2% was allocated to what brand specifically? Also, how many hot dogs are produced each year? Is this study affected by production quality and location? This report is anti-hot dog. Does Hamburg suffer the same effects? Just some very basic questions. Questions that, by the way, they should be asking themselves. Is this a production manufacturing error, or is this a legitimate study? Was this because someone and this is going to sound gross, but was this because someone decided to step off on a work shift and go goon in a fucking bathroom somewhere and forgot to wash their fucking hands?
Ugh.
You know.
That's a little rejected to me.
How many other food industries have similar problems? They're legitimate questions, though. Instead of just pointing at hot dogs saying, hee hee, ha ha, you're the mystery meat of the industry, maybe you should be looking towards the other ones, too. So, that's all I was asking. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Eggies.
Eggies. We made some hard-boiled eggs. There's one for you on the table. Hard-boiled eggs. There's one on the table for you.
I just called Terry. Can you talk for a minute?
Let me mute my mic. Hang on.
I think I'm gonna use my for you.
Okay, this is actually something good for the stream too, so I'm going to unmute my mic. I didn't realize that it was going to be such a general question. Okay, there are 3 problems with your theory. Number 1, this was a condition that existed before you even had homeowners insurance. Yes, it was. The situation that caused this to happen was a part of the house's manufacture, and therefore would not be covered, number 1. Number 2, homeowners insurance to modifications of a home do not exist. So if I put a in-ground pool in my backyard and pouring the cement for that in-ground pool destabilize the foundation of my house, the insurance company would see that as an attachment to the home and a modification to the home, and therefore they would weasel their way out of covering it. That's number 2. Number 3, and that applies to your deck too, the porch that was there. And number 3, even if your insurance company said they'd pitch some money towards fixing it, you'd get $200 and have to pay $3,000 back. All it would do is increase your homeowner's insurance rates, even if they did. It's not worth it. The materials have already been, the money for the materials has already been sourced, and it's just not worth the time in doing. If you already have the money located, if you've already got the resources to cover it, don't go to your insurance company so you end up having to pay basically double, or in some cases 10 times the amount in insurance rates, because insurance companies are greedy fuckers who are in it for one thing and one thing only, their own fucking profit. I mean...
That's what Terry said. If you, in the first place,
No.
in order to have it repaired, you gotta have a license and insured.
Yes. Brian is, but Brian lives in Vermont. Brian does not help us right now. Oh.
Why am I paying $45.60 a month to carry insurance?
In case a mouse, which you do have mice, decides that the insulation on that electrical wire looks mighty tasty, and decides to light your fucking house on fire. That's why you have homeowners insurance.
Insurance than I bought when I paid for the credit. It's stupid. You don't need insurance.
Yeah, and the second you get rid of it is the second this house burns down with everything fucking inside it, so you're keeping your insurance. Baby.
There's something wrong with your phone. It's not working. That's not a good thing.
I'll have to take a look. I'll have to be later. There is nothing on me, dude.
Magnus, get down.
Can I have something to drink, please? Yes, thank you. Could you turn that down? Like, I'm not trying to be an ass.
Yeah, I thought it was connected to my Bluetooth.
I know. No need to get defensive. Just realized that how I said it kind of made me sound like a dick. Unintentionally, because I have friggin' egg stuck in my throat, which is why I needed the bottle of water. Oh.
You there, let's see some papers, boy. No public passage on account of the Lord Consul's parade.
Oh, gee, that's too bad. You see, it just so happens that your provisioner for the fete tonight, he sent me to pick up a few choice morsels for the, Consul's dining pleasure. He wants them quick. I got the writ of transit right here. You see? Signed, Magello. I just hate to see the consul upset because his food wasn't ready on time. And I sure hate to see him take it out on you.
The Lord Consul is a great man, and not one to take offense in such trifling matters. Move along, boy. Wouldn't do to keep the consul waiting. Right. Gates are closed after this.
The mission failed. How? How did it fail?
Yeah, see, people like Whoopi Goldberg, they live such privileged fucking existences that they think that they can apply their standard of living to other countries in the world, and that's not how it works. You had a little girl who's 16 years old executed by the IRGC, which is the Islamic fucking... the militant wing of the Islamic fucking terror state inside Iran, who decided, after she burned her scarf in protest and vanished, They decided to kill her, and her parents were only able to identify her corpse from her birthmark. So, you rich fuckers out there who want to say things like that, you're fucking dumb. Iranian women do not have it just as good as American women do here in the U.S. Whoopi, you're a fucking scumbag. And now I hope the whole world can see it can see you for what you really are. Well, then their death will be on your fucking heads, Boot. Or their deaths will be on your head. Oh, let's see. Equip. Yeah, I know how the equip button works. Thank you. Oh, let's see. Oh, what do I want him to be? Maybe. What should I make my first character for a job? We can change this at any point, but I'm just kind of having trouble picking which one.
Well,
You know what? This one uses katanas. That's not how you open that. Oh, people know I'm streaming, and yet...
They sent you a message.
Uh-huh. It's like, people don't have any fucking respect for what I do at all. I'm not asking for them to roll out the fucking red carpet here. It's just like, you know I'm 8 to 12 every day on here. It's not a secret. It's not some thing that I try to hide. It's something that I do every day. So why do you insist on being disruptive? It's extremely disrespectful. It's just like if I went up to someone who was going to an ice cream shop to go get some ice cream or something and then just randomly deflated all their fucking tires. You know?
Galbano lilies? Never thought I'd see him growing out here. This'll make a nice souvenir. Time to call it a day.
I'm gonna start using that too. Gender goblins. Yep. You ever go to type something and the more you reread what you typed, the more you can find wrong with what you typed? Oh, that needs to stay on. Because it's going to be 80 freaking degrees outside and I'm not going to be roasting to death inside my own home. Turn it back on, please. I don't give a damn. Turn it back on, please. Well, fucking someone's going to have to. No, I don't give a shit. It's not being shut off. It can wait until noon. 12 o'clock's right around the corner. It's not going anywhere. I get really sick of people trying to disrupt my streaming. I am done with that. 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock. It is not even 10 o'clock. You can wait. I am not going to be killed by roasting to death inside my own home because you don't want to have the AC on. I'm in shorts and I'm already sitting in nut soup anyway.
Stand back there. Back! This gate's closed until the ceremony's over, do you hear?
Now what?
Open the gate! Alright, out the way.
Wait a second. How come you let these chocobos through the gate and not us?
What of it? This here's a pedigreed parader, boy. Cost tens of thousands of gil, this one did. A prettier price than 100 of you provincials would fetch. Keep your distance. We don't want the chocobos sticking a peasant.
What'd you say?
Step aside. Right then, move them in.
Oh. That does it.
Oh, a fine chocobo you have there. Yes, cedar down stock if I'm not mistaken. Change the soil, change the chocobo, am I right? Yes, different soil means different bouquet too. Take a Damascus Moreau's wine, it may lack the flavor and depth of some of your Arcadian wines, but it has a certain strength of character. It's not bad really once you get used to it. Care for some, sirs? There's more than enough for all.
Oh, thank you, Mindset.
Of course.
Oh, I got a new follower.
These carts through the closest gate is ordered.
I definitely do appreciate
The
it.
mail's choked with this sand.
Don't give me a scare like that. You're lucky that ended where it did.
Right. Now's our chance to go through.
Ah, the ceremony will be starting soon. I'd best be hurrying.
Okay, well... Vaughn, wait!
Poor
what is
Gunther
it?
Eagleman.
Vaughn!
I keep getting called a Nazi and a Jew. I'm confused. No shit.
Yeah.
I'd confuse anybody. Well, actually... Okay, so, as I recall my history, wasn't Hitler, like, half Hebrew or Jewish or something? I think so. I think one of the biggest taglines during World War II was that he was a self-hating Jew who had a German parent. So...
We will have order. I give you your new consul, His Imperial Highness Lord Vayne Solidor, Commandant of the Arcadian Empire's Western Arm... Your Excellency.
Missiles did reach the ground. A parking lot was hit. No reports of injury. Israeli warplanes were active last night. The IDF says some 50 fighter jets took to the air, hit some 20 times.
People of Rabanastre, is it with hatred you look upon your consul? With hatred you look upon the Empire? There was little point in asking. But know this, I harbor no idle hopes of frustrating that hatred. Nor shall I ask your fealty. That is the due of your fallen king, and rightly so. King Ramanas loved his
Okay,
people.
what Defrim is saying, and I know we're watching Final Fantasy XII, but what this Defrim guy from Israel has not said is that it's not the Iranian people that are the problem. It is, again, the Islamic terrorist republic regime that has overtaken Iran for the last 46 years.
Not. I would ask only that you
Those
do
are
your
the
king
targets
honor.
they're after, it's not the people themselves.
Together let us embrace the peace His Majesty would surely desire. 2 years now divide us from war's bitter end. Yet still its shadow looms over all, stifling the infant peace, a pall only you may cast off. Achieve but this one thing, and your hatred of me and of the Empire will grieve me not. I will stand fast. I will endure your hatred, suffer your slings and arrows. I will defend Dalmasca. Here I will pay my debt. I swear it now. Though King Ramanas and Lady Ash be gone, they stand ever at the side of their people. In honoring peace, you do honor to their memory and to Dalmasca. What I ask plain. My hopes now rest with you.
Okay, that's not fair. I know it's not funny to make fun of people because of how they look, but this guy has no fucking, like, I don't know. He looks like Patrick Star from fucking SpongeBob if Patrick Star was a human.
Magnificent.
His neck is like,
for instance.
oh man, you know what?
Execution. A stunning
we can pause cutscenes in this game, and thank God. Oh man, this is I'm a terrible human being for mentioning this one, but there's the forehead. Okay, all he needs is a little cone up top. His neck looks almost like it's running parallel with his shoulder structures. Like, he literally looks like this guy here. He looks like he could be an audition for a live-action fucking Patrick Star from SpongeBob.
Oh my.
Look at his head and his shoulder. Like, how do you get a neck that big? It's not even a neck. Jesus.
At this point, I don't want to know.
What was the dragon from Pokemon? The skyscraper one.
Duraludon? Please don't insult Pokemon.
How do you spell that?
Hold on. I have one on my Pokemon Go map.
I'll just wing it and see what happens. Duraludon.
Duraludon. Yes, that Pokemon.
This one's gonna get me in trouble with Fox just a little bit.
With who?
Fox News.
Why do you say that?
Because of this. Oh. I'm seeing similarities here. Just saying. Sorry, Fox. I don't know his name, but just damn, that's a neck. Dude's neck is wider than his fucking head.
Example of Galtean architecture. I hope Lord Gramus might one day look upon it himself.
The patron of this evening's banquet, may it please your excellency.
I am Miguelo, your highness. It is truly a profound honor to make the acquaintance of our future emperor, highness. The people of Rabanasta join me in welcoming
That's
you.
enough of highness. Though indeed I am our emperor's son, I am no prince. Arcadia's emperor is freely chosen by her people. I am but an elected official and nothing more.
I meant no disrespect.
Now that I think on it, I would not have you address me as Lord Consul, for that matter.
Oh?
Henceforth, I am a citizen of Rabanasta. Why don't you call me Vane?
I could not. That would not be right.
You are overly fond of formalities. I've just the remedy for that. Tonight you will join me, and we shall drink until you call me by name.
How could he stand about to him like that?
Vaughn, you just do not get it, do you? He's not doing it because he wants to. You know what would happen if he didn't.
I know, it's just...
So, what would you do different?
I don't know. Well... I'd do something.
Vaughn. Vaughn, you haven't heard a single word I've said, have you? This place has changed so much. It's like it's not even Rabanasta anymore. Like the Empire is swallowing it whole.
Hey, Penelope, that fate tonight. You think they'll let us in?
Are you crazy? It's in the palace, and we don't have an invitation if you hadn't noticed.
So, how are we getting in?
As if I'd know. Why not ask Miguelo to get you in? Or go see old Dallin in Lowtown? Why the sudden interest, Vaughn?
I told you, I'm going to take back what's ours. Give back to Dalmasca. Come on, what do you think? If I find something, and it fetches a good price, how about I buy you all dinner?
Oh, please. You know as well as I do the first thing you'd buy is an airship. All hail Vaughn, sky part of Dalmasca. It's got a nice ring to it. Stay out of trouble.
An airship. I don't know. Maybe. But not through Magello. Time to pay old Dallin a visit.
Man, I could go for some country kitchen donuts right now. I know we just had 4 friggin' boiled eggs, but those sugar cravings are driving me nuts. No, Russia's already roaching out. An airstrike does not, in fact, mean that you put boots on the ground. Oh yeah, he's playing the chief cop at a SWAT raid with the bullhorn saying, "Come out, we can discuss this peacefully." The reality is that you're not going to get peace with Islamic extremists. It's just not going to happen. There's Gatsley. And I need Tomaj. The problem isn't even Iran, it's the Islamic Republic of Terror that has overtaken Iran for the last 46 years. It is kind of hilarious. I still get a kick out of the flying lawnmower thing. You know what I think is funny? Terry and Gina haven't shown up yet, and Magnus occasionally keeps meandering over to the door looking for them to show up. Yeah, we're talking about you. You know what? The audience hasn't seen the fuzzy visitor today. Come see Daddy. Come on. Oppose Iran getting nuclear weapons. 79% of all adults. Asmongold, I can't believe 21% of adults are retarded. It's so good. They're too fat to fall over. It's two fat men fighting and they're too fat to fall down. They just keep smacking each other. At this point, bombing Iranian friggin' Islamic terror friggin' locations is turning into a Saturday morning cartoon, except it's on a daily basis. Yes, excuse me. And he lays right there just after I did it.
Well, that's what it is, right? If he doesn't care about it, then why worry? I mean... What?
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, because if the cops come and try to take all of that, you could be held responsible. Yeah. Oh man, it's just a fucking mess today, I guess. Oh well. My dude, if you're paying that much in health insurance a month, you're paying too damn much. $1,000 a month for fucking health insurance? What are your fucking risk factors? I mean, shit. Are you smoking every fucking drug on the planet? Are you drinking radiator fluid? What the fuck are you doing?
Ah, if it isn't Von Ratsbane. Come for a tip on how to secure something bigger and in armor by the East Gate?
Yeah.
What? You already heard about that?
Bit much.
Wise I may not be, but well informed I am.
They'll get what's coming to them someday, believe me. But that's not why I'm here.
You got scammed, my dude.
I want to know how to sneak into the palace. They've got to have some great stuff in there. Thought I'd partake.
Valley Families for Palestine. And it's a drag.
Not one to mince words.
It's a person in drag reading a storybook to kids. I hope this person understands that most of what they consider Palestinians are actually Islamic, and they would butcher you in the fucking street for dressing like that.
So our champion of the sewers aspires to noble action. Admirable. Perhaps I can help you. Ah, now that I think on it, there was a rumor. Yes, a secret passageway into the palace walls. A door and a magic stone that opens the way.
That's it. This is exactly why I came to talk to you first, Alan. So, where's this, magic stone?
Oh, I've had it for years, if I can remember where I've tucked it away.
Yeah, they really are the most exhausting people to try to keep up with. The liberal leftist morons who go out and protest everything and anything they can. Ex-Doge, ex-Free Palestine, ex-ICE protesters are now protesting in favor of Iran. Man, you people are so fucking twisted. Like, how in this shit is anyone supposed to keep up with that shit? You know what I mean? I don't want mac and cheese for lunch. I know I don't want mac and cheese today. I mean, that stuff was good last night, but, like, it's not what I want for dinner, for lunch or dinner tonight. If I had the money, I'd probably whiz the three of us up to fucking Domino's and go order a stuffed crust pizza. Because Domino's is now doing stuffed crust. Yeah, but they're doing it in their extra larges now too. Yeah.
The entire purpose of Islam, according to all Islamic doctrine, is to ensure that there is an Islamic state throughout the entire world called a caliphate, and under that, Sharia or Islamic law is the law of the land. That's it. Islam is no more complicated. Islam breaks the entire world into two parts. The Dar al-Islam, where Sharia is the law of the land, the Dar al-Harb, the house or abode of war, where there is not Sharia as the law of the land. The function of Islam is to eliminate the Dar al-Harb until the entire world is a Dar al-Islam. And the vehicle to do that is called what? Jihad, which in 100% of all published Islamic law is only defined as warfare against non-Muslims. So let's just put that on the line. And so we're here talking national security issues. We have people here that are running for the office of President of the United States, and we have to begin there. And what I would put forth is that since, and actually prior to, but since 9/11, our entire national security apparatus has been unprofessional in its approach to this war, from the four-star generals to the office of the president to the national security staff to the leaders of DHS when it was created, the FBI, the CIA, and other agencies. Because we have said this has nothing to do with Islam, despite the fact that our warfighting doctrine says when you analyze an enemy, you start with who he says he is and why he's fighting. 100% of this enemy that we're facing, from the jihadi in Chattanooga to the 9/11 hijackers and everybody before and in between, and also was Muslims waging jihad because of Allah in order to impose Islamic law and establish caliphate, period. So that's what it is. And if we look at Islamic law, authoritative Islamic law, the kind you get in mosque bookstores, not in Barnes & Noble, you will see that 100% of them say that jihad is warfare against non-Muslims. And it's total warfare. It's not just guns and bombs. It's psychological warfare. It is political warfare. It's subversion. It is the whole 9 yards. It's total warfare, something that our DOD has not been practicing. I would say you'd have to go back to the Reagan administration and maybe forget on that complete and total war against non-Muslim.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the one issue that all three technical parties in the U.S. identify with as a high approval rate. Stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon is absolutely top of the list for everyone, basically. Except for like 21% of fucking idiots who think that it's not a big deal. But it's important to note that those numbers change when you go from talking about airstrikes to actually putting boots on the ground. Anyway, there it is. That's pretty much the state of international politics. Oh, the Strait of Hormuz? That'll be open shortly. Trust me. Khomeini's spent his last fucking day dictating what happens there. I swear he's trying to sales pitch us as an arms manufacturer to the whole world. Well, then I guess the state of Maine will have to make do without a lot of fucking federal funding, then, won't it? Because our stupid cow cunt of a governor can't fucking abide by fucking normal rules and keep men out of women's sports. Now the rest of us get to pay the fucking price tag, so... whatever, I guess. Bushcraft knife and survival knife differences? Mostly purpose and intent, really.
Penelo, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same, though the
They're
answer
kind
is
of
pretty clear.
interchangeable.
No good.
Depending on what you're doing with them.
I'm being good.
Is that right? So, then you wouldn't mind if I, say, tagged along, would you?
Huh?
Oh, don't worry. Miguelo's busy with preparations for the fete up at the palace. Why, I'm free for the whole day. Well, let's get going.
Yeah, I think we're gonna continue on Final Fantasy 12 probably next week. No, it's just, it's a bunch of stupid shit. Being real for a minute. The only reason I don't want fucking Iran to get their hands on nukes is because I don't want anyone else to have them either. Oh. While I do like nuclear power, I think nuclear weapons needs to be, I think that's one thing that I held from my earlier this year on streaming, where I said what I said about no fucking nukes. Or not this year, but last year anyway. Probably about January of last year. They're just not fucking necessary. We live in a fucking chaotic world as it is. I really don't think we should have to live under the threat of having a bomb dropped on our fucking heads that could absolutely decimate not just where we live, but the surrounding areas, so the chances of civilian survival, which is really the only thing that I give a damn about. I think it's wrong, and I think these international government types who think that it's okay, I think they're part of the fucking problem. And giving a terrorist organization that's dedicated to either killing the infidels or getting their friggin' caliphate, which is a worldwide Islamic terror state, they're part of the problem, right? They need to be removed. And I do mean removed. I can't say the other word. Because it's against the rules and terms of service of just about every social media platform that I'm a member of. So, most of which I'm actively streaming to at this very moment. But, yeah, no, might check that out. Other than that, there's a lot going on, actually, quite a bit beyond just Iran and the protests here in the U.S. What was it, yesterday or the day before that we had the Donkey Kong Bonanza? Oh, Nintendo Direct, babe. Babe, when did we have the Nintendo Direct about Donkey Kong Bonanza? Was that yesterday or the day before?
It was yesterday.
So, in fact, let's take a break from Final Fantasy 12 and pull that up.
It should be underneath your Nintendo News. So you can pull it up in your Switch online.
Oh yeah, that's true too. I don't have to use a computer this time. We'll take a look and see what's going on here. It's a Donkey Kong game, so it's going to be obnoxious for sure. But okay. So it's Donkey Kong and a pet rock from space.
Apparently.
Well, I'll admit, I was more interested in the gameplay on this one anyway.
And it actually looks like he has fur.
Yeah.
Instead of looking like he's made of...
Brown. It's just brown and smooth. Oh.
Wait. Pauline?
The person.
Yeah, that was Pauline.
The discovery of the century, made right here on Ingot Isle. This is excellent news for #1 banana fan, Donkey Kong. However, just as he's about to enjoy the
Hey,
no
banana.
bananas, a sudden tempest sends him deep down.
What's going on?
Okay.
As his adventure begins, DK teams up with Odd Rock. But it's no rock at all. It's actually a talented person named Pauline.
Yeah, Pauline.
Donkey Kong just wants
She's
bananas.
the
And Pauline
original-
wants to find a way back home to the surface.
No,
It's
the
said that
princess
one
that
witch
he's
will be
holding in that
granted
very
by
first Donkey
reaching a
Kong
planet
game.
core. So the
We always thought that was
unlikely
Peach.
duo set off on a strange
adorable.
subterranean adventure.
Must be young Pauline, because
The story takes place
the older
in
one's
an
wearing
underground
a
world, where the
red
scenery
cocktail
changes the deeper you
dress.
go. Some layers are so spectacular that it's hard to believe you're underground.
She's actually in Mario Kart World.
DK can run, jump, and climb through each environment. Using his incredible physical prowess, you can freely move in any direction. But that's
Okay,
not
so
all.
you get to explore as Donkey
Almost
Kong.
anything in your path, you can
And
smash,
the environment is basically completely destructible.
crash,
More or less.
and bash. You can even do this to a massive rock formation. Yeah, if you want.
Okay.
As you barrel through obstacles in your path, you'll also collect golden bananas known as Banandium gems. More on those later. Let's take a look at some
Alright,
of
it
the
looks
things
pretty fun,
this
actually.
Kong can do. Punch. Smash enemies. Walls. The ground. And most things you can get your hands on with incredible force.
So it's gonna be like a massive, like, Minecraft
So
exploration game where you can tunnel your way through things.
dive punch. Unleash a powerful punch directly down. How deep you punch into the ground depends on the strength
Okay.
of the terrain. Roll forward. Roll at high speed and send lighter objects soaring. Combine this with punches and jumps to really mix things up. Hand slap. Make some noise to collect scattered items. Or detect hidden objects using sonar. You can even use your feet when your hands are occupied. Tear off. Grab a chunk of terrain and tear it off. Or tear up turnips to find items. And even tear chunks off your foes.
That being said, could you show me something that wasn't in the Nintendo Direct for the Nintendo Switch 2's release? No offense, but like we saw most of this stuff already.
Well, we didn't see the thing about Pauline.
Yeah, that's true.
Use a chunk to double jump. This will help you reach new heights. Throw.
But a lot of these gameplay mechanics were a part of.
Or aim at a target like this. Throwing a boom rock or gold can have explosive effects. If you throw chunks made of softer material, you can stick them to a surface and pile them up.
Okay, that's cool.
Turf serve.
Apparently certain items you can throw at other items to build things.
Huh.
Speed up and aim for smaller enemies to knock them away. Make music. The power of Pauline's singing will help show you the way.
Huh.
It can also remove these strange seals that someone left behind. You never know what you'll discover in the underground world. So carve your own path with DK's abilities.
So I'm seeing Tears of the Kingdom elements. I'm seeing Sonic Frontiers elements. I'm also seeing some Mercenaries 2 elements, and the fact that a lot of things can, you know, be blown up and destroyed. I mean, okay. I'm pretty impressed. It's not terrible. I hated those rhinos in the earlier Donkey Kong games, I'll say that.
Who call the underground world home. They're said to possess ancient bonanza powers. By learning their bonanza powers, Pauline's singing can do something special. She can make Donkey Kong transform. With incredible destructive power, even hard terrain poses no problem. Plow through the world and smash as much as possible with the powerful Kong Bonanza. Plus, DK can transform into a zebra. He's as speedy as he is striped. He can even breeze over water or crumbling pathways. That's the swift Zebra Bonanza. Oh yeah, he can also turn into an ostrich. A flying ostrich. Spread your wings and soar through the sky. You can use updrafts to gain more air. Then drop egg bombs from great heights.
Ooh, you get to play as the ostrich.
That's right. It's Ostrich Bonanza.
That makes me think of MDK a little bit.
Don't last forever though. You can transform
Well,
again
Donkey
by
Kong
collecting
being
gold
the
to
ostrich.
build up your banana tree. You're not limited to when or where you transform, and you can swap between transformations. So be creative and use them as you adventure to the planet core.
Okay.
Standing in our hero's way is the Void Company. The mightiest
And those must be, what, the bad guys?
above ground and below. Grumpy Kong works to create gigantic corporate soldiers. Hobby Kong is responsible for subterranean info gathering, while Void Kong is in charge of the whole company. This nefarious crew is responsible for the
What
banana
country?
skin maelstrom on Ingot Island,
Wait,
and they're headed
that's Ukraine, isn't
down
it?
to the planet core.
Planet core? But no! I'm going with DK, so you just stay away!
Oh, man.
Locked off to the lower layers, so no one could reach them. DK and his pals will come face to face with the enemies guarding these routes. So use all the power at your disposal to take on a host of powerful foes. By defeating them, giant sinkholes will open, clearing a path to the lower layers of the underground world. Found throughout the underground world are golden bananas, called Bananium Gems. They're not always visible though. Sometimes they're buried in the walls, the ground.
I mean, it looks fun. I'm not saying it doesn't.
Bunch to find. You can also obtain these gems by completing challenges in the ruins found throughout your adventure.
Let's do this!
Challenges include time-limited battles, courses where you'll need clever solutions, side-scrolling stages, and more. Keep your eyes peeled to find the Bananium Gems. There are
I don't think anyone's here, dude.
so give them a try. As you collect Bananium Gems, you'll gain skill points. These can be used to increase stats such as your max health or the destructive power of your punches. Power up Donkey Kong to match your playstyle. For example, if you strengthen your sonar, you'll be able to detect treasure from further away, which could lead to new discoveries. Or use skill points to learn new skills. There are all sorts of items to find as you explore.
Well, yeah, no. I'm not going to talk about that right now. We're doing Donkey Kong.
And they can be traded for Bananium Gems at the Chip Exchange. These gold nuggets are, unsurprisingly, called gold. You can exchange gold for useful items at the Stuff Shop. There are fossils, too. You can trade these for different fashions at local style shops.
Oh, cool. You can customize how DK and Paulina look, babe.
The perfect fits for Donkey Kong and Pauline. Or even change up your fur coat. No look is too much for Donkey Kong or too little. Almost every article of clothing comes with its own benefits.
You can
So
change
mix and
Donkey
match your
Kong's
look
fur
to
color.
suit the
Mhm.
situation.
That's funny.
And apparently it has some in-game effects, too. That's interesting. Yeah. I was reading that. Hey, you know what?
Punches.
There's his skills.
To match your playstyle. For example, if you strengthen your sonar, you'll be able to detect treasure from further away, which could lead to new discoveries. Or use skill points to learn new skills. There are all sorts of items to find as you explore. Bananium chips are shaped like slices of banana. At the Stuff Shop.
Okay, there's the stuff shop.
Fossils too. You can trade these for different fashions at local style shops.
Increases your speed in mud and fresh snow by 20%. So yes, the clothing functions as like armor in most other games. Okay.
What about
Extends your... Yes, it does. Extends your Kong Bonanza time by 40%. That's for that one. So yeah, hers does too.
Just open open the closet and customize the perfect fits for Donkey Kong and Pauline. Or even
Okay, so changing his color doesn't appear to
your fur coat.
do anything other than just change the way he looks.
So it's just his
Don't look as
outfit.
too much.
Yeah, but his outfits
As
do.
the day you were born and nothing but the issues come.
Yep, there you go. Well, apparently you can have up to 3 bonuses based off of the outfits, which makes sense. I mean, Donkey Kong's tie and pants and her entire outfit.
Article of clothing
Okay.
comes with its own benefits. So
Cool.
mix and match your look to suit the situation.
So there is something to chase after then.
If you find a treasure chest buried in the ground, crack it open, and you might receive a treasure map showing the location of Vanadium gems or fossils. Their locations will be marked on your map. Pretty helpful.
And they have a map that shows you everywhere that you can explore, including under the ground, to a degree.
Making it easy to see how close you are to completion. There's plenty more to do in the underground world than not adventuring. Need a rest? Carve out a space and enjoy a getaway. You can recover in bed. And enjoy listening to tunes with the music player. You might even find new discs when defeating enemies.
A monkey was more qualified than Kamala Harris.
Subterranean
Say
eels
that.
have your back. These elevators will help you easily move between layers you visited at any time. And if you get lost, no need to worry. You can always teleport within the layer you're currently exploring. In photo mode, you can freely change the in-game camera angle and adjust other settings to suit
And you can do
bits.
photo mode.
Mm-hmm.
Get a photo like this. Or
And you can throw filters on it too.
unleash your inner shutterbug and create your own captivating scenes. By sharing a Joy-Con 2 controller or
Share
using a
controllers.
second set,
Mhm.
you and a pal can control Donkey Kong and
Co-op.
Pauline separately
Cool.
to buddy up in local co-op play. As Pauline, you can unleash Vocal Blast using Joy-Con 2 mouse controllers. You can also copy the material of nearby terrain to give your vocals even more texture. By working together, even tough enemies don't stand a chance. This game also supports Game Share. Even if only one player has the game, they can
And Game
quickly
Share
it to
local.
another player so they can join on their own system. It can also be shared locally to a Nintendo Switch system. Plus, you can play online between Nintendo Switch 2 systems using Game Share via Game Chat. If you need a little help with all the platforming action, Assist Mode is the way to play. It guides you in the right direction, halves the damage you receive, and more. Assist Mode supports you in your adventure to be the best Kong you can be. Outside of the main game, there's a mode where you can carve stone using mouse controls called DK Artist. Rotate to paint. Carve material. Or add some back on. You can even change the lighting and add delectable banana effects. Give it a try and sculpt to your heart's content. This game also supports amiibo accessories. A new Donkey Kong and Pauline amiibo figure is also on the way. Scanning it unlocks Pauline's Diva dress. By scanning the Donkey Kong series amiibo shown here, gold Kong tiles with explosive power will appear. Every other amiibo released up to this point is also compatible. If you scan them, you'll get giant spears like these.
More than anything.
Donkey Kong Bonanza.
Okay. Well, I don't know as to investing actual money into it. We've got a lot of game stuff that we've already invested in, and we've kind of got a budget issue, but I can see myself playing it in the future for sure. Maybe even on stream.
And I might join you by playing as Pauline.
So. I don't usually do those kind of things on my channel, but I might start actually. You really shouldn't be drinking that coffee. And it's not me saying that, it's your fucking doctor saying that. The fact that the last 2 times that you've gone to see her after quitting coffee, your blood pressure went back to normal. Well, I'm gonna have to put it up because you are not supposed to have it. So, what's wrong with your hot chocolate? Oh, mobile detailing's not actually really hard work, but it's not glorious work either. It kind of...
Was it the coffee that's the show?
No, it's the coffee, and I can pull up all the medical evidence to show you it was the coffee. So... I hate people who do that. Dude, you look better as a dude. Oh, dude, once those items come off of the friggin' Fed's do not buy list that they are, I'm going to say unconstitutionally imposed on us, I absolutely, I can see myself going out and buying a silencer, maybe a short-barreled, AK, not an AK-47, maybe a short-barreled, no, 308 doesn't make any sense, maybe the 9mm. If I get a 308, I want the long barrel with a fat fucking scope on top of it because I'll be shooting at range with it. Okay, well, first off, his name is John Fetterman. It's right there on screen. Suleiman. If you can't be bothered to spell something correctly, don't bother. And Fetterman is correct. Ayatollah Khomeini needs to be fucking annihilated entirely, along with the nukes and the ideology that building nuclear weapons and spreading Islam worldwide is going to be acceptable in any way, shape, or form. Those are three things that need to be fucking annihilated, because none of them will be allowed to fucking happen. Islam can scream, it'll happen all that they fucking want. The reality is that we have more guns than they do, and we have more bodies to put behind those guns. And we also have the bigger guns, so, you know, piss off and pound sand like you've done for the last fucking millennia. You know, back to the time when your fucking prophet that you worship so much was raping goats and touching kids. Because it's all that he was good for. He's not even really a prophet, by the way. He's just a he's a bestialitist friggin' pedophile. That's all that he is. Plain and simple. And the Islamic terrorist republic that has overtaken Iran will not be tolerated. There's a fucking shock. France helped install Ayatollah Khomeini in 1979 after hosting him in Napoli Chateau, from where he coordinated the Iranian Revolution. France even chartered the Air France flight for him to Tehran in 1979. Go figure, it's fucking France's fault. Shocker. France is now offering to negotiate a peace deal to help Khamenei stay in power. Yeah, no, he just needs to be taken out. I don't care if it's a bullet or a bomb, he just needs to be taken out. He's a problem. He spreads the word of Islam. Of course I'm diametrically opposed. Give me the fucking gun, I'll pull the fucking trigger. Jesus. Just get it the fuck over with and stop dragging innocent civilians into it. That's really more what pisses me off about the whole thing, though. Like, yeah, these guys are a threat, but why the civilians? I mean, I understand from their perspective why the civilians. It's because they want to force their civilian population to live under Sharia law, which no one fucking wants, and we all fucking refuse to live by it. No one cares about what Russia has to say about shit anymore. Sorry. Not sorry. Huh. Oh, I'm just reading something a little important.
It's been silent on the street.
Yeah, I know. It's a weight loss thing. It's one of those increase your testosterone posts on Twitter. It's just general healthy living stuff. Eat as many vegetables. Most people overeat due to thirst, boredom, or stress. Not because they're hungry. Yeah, that's true. I can admit to a little bit of boredom eating, for sure. Popcorn.
Yeah, that's definitely a boredom eating thing.
You know, over-processed chips. But what had me cocking an eyebrow is this guy said to avoid eating peanut butter. It has a high caloric content and is very easy to overeat. But isn't it also protein? Like, isn't peanut... hang on. Oh, it's only 8 grams. It's 8 grams, but it's also really high in cal. Okay. Yeah, no, that's not good. 190 calories. That doesn't help. Okay. Now I understand why you said peanut butter. Steaks, chicken burgers, salmon, Greek yogurt, and whey protein shakes. I don't know about whey protein. That one I'm a little iffy on, but the other stuff sounds fine. This guy's pushing a high protein diet. Looks like he's pushing for people to eat slower, you know, actually chew your food. Something I'm terrible at, by the way. Stop using daily averages. When you weigh yourself, use weekly. Stop calling yourself fat, lazy, or piece of crap. If you want permanent results, you must change your view of your... Okay, I can understand that a little bit too well. Eat as many vegetables as you want. It's not only healthy, but also impossible to overeat them. I don't know about that. Then it goes on to the stress, boredom, and thirst eating thing. Have a strong why to motivate yourself. Yeah. Number 2, Adderall. Jesus. The reason he said don't run is because it can stimulate more hunger hormones in your body and chemicals in your body. Yeah. The more you run, the more... Alright. Rainbow lightning. Interesting. If you could name the first city on Mars, what would you name it? Chuckle Nut, Slovakia, I guess? I don't know. I'm gonna figure out lunch, baby. I mean, I'm hungry, but I'm not super hungry.
I'm not hungry.
Maybe I'll break into some cheese and some of them wraps and make a quesadilla of some kind. Oh, let's see here. A moment of privacy, please. Da, 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 da. Yeah, da, 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 Alright, sorry about that. I smelled something a little strange and had to defume the situation. What? He says, you smell better now that you don't smell like you. Yeah. Alright.
If it's there, use it. Look this up.
Well, if they want it for you, that's why I would ask you if I could.
I probably have a prospect later. I enjoy my coffee. That's what I needed.
Is someone here?
No?
Everyone.
Oh, wait, yes.
Sit and stay, Magnus. Come on. No, you get back here and you sit and stay. You know better. No. Stop pulling. No. Alright, hey. No, don't pull like that. You know better.
Back room.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's probably a good idea for now.
Because you're still streaming for a moment.
Yep. Till noon. Every day. You people get to listen to my voice and opinion on things every day. And hopefully you enjoy it. I really do. I would like to see some more like legit chat, not just spam over on Kick, YouTube, and Rumble, because like I would like to hear some, you know, feedback. I mean, a lot of people might say, you may regret that. And I'm like, no, the point of me doing the streaming is actually to cultivate conversation with others. The money's just a side benefit. So... It's also kind of hard for me to, you know, keep conscious when I don't have people to talk to. Thank you.
You're welcome. Baby, from now on, if you're gonna spit into a water bottle, take it out of the bedroom with you and clean it out in the morning.
Sorry.
Please. I almost threw up. Gag reflex, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah, I decided to bounce over for the last like 20 minutes. I'll probably be signing out 5 minutes early because we've already put in almost 5 hours this morning.
Because you started early?
Yeah. I mean, it's an endless grind and I intend to do it, but like... Uncle Terry's here, I'm needing lunch, and you know...
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
In fact, there's only really one thing keeping me from doing that right now, and that is hoping that the 24-hour news cycle doesn't supplant me again.
Yeah?
And the only reason why I'd want to do a video of Uncle Terry covering the work on the house is just so he could explain to people what what needs to be done and how it's fixed, because I think it'd be good educational content. But instead we ended up covering politics and a little bit of history, and it's just kind of...
Magnus,
it's not
you're okay.
really what I wanted to have done, you know?
Yeah. Magnus, you're okay.
You know what, guys? I'm actually pretty damn hungry. And we have no money, right? Yeah, we'll talk about that later. So here's the sitch. My dog's going insane because we had to put him in the back room because he was misbehaving quite a bit. I'm about starved, and I wanted to help work on the house today, so it's about 20 minutes before I would normally end the stream, but we've been at it for 5 hours, so hopefully y'all enjoyed the content. I definitely enjoyed putting it up there for you. Hopefully we can do this again sometime very soon, hopefully tomorrow. What time do you start work tomorrow? 8? I'll be starting later than 8. It'll be 8:30 because my fiance has to get a ride to work. Yes, and I am her only ride. So, if you did enjoy the content, hit the like, follow, and or subscribe buttons as you see fit. And I will see you all in the next one.